Good evening. Calling the December 3rd, 2024 Town Council regular meeting to order. Up first is roll call. Would you like to take it for the clerk?
Councilor Bordelon,
Here.
Gieske,
Here.
Jones,
Here.
McBride,
Here.
Merritt,
Here.
Parker,
She'll be late this evening. She's at TVCCA.
Pacino,
Here.
Russ. Here. And Mayor Franco.
I am here. All right, on to salute the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. No recognition awards or memorials this evening. Up first is public hearings for the 2024-878-4 Street Takeover Ordinance public hearing. Did you want to read that, please?
Town of Groton notice of public hearing. Notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held by the Town Council of the Town of Groton, Connecticut on Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in Community Room 1, Town Hall Annex, 134 Groton Long Point Road, Groton, Connecticut, to receive comment on the proposed ordinance to prohibit street racing and street takeovers. The proposed ordinance will prohibit any person from operating an all-terrain vehicle, mini motorcycle, or motorcycle upon any public highway or parking area in any race, contest, demonstration of speed or skill, or in any street takeover. The ordinance defines a street takeover to be blocking or impeding the regular flow of traffic on any public highway or parking area with intent to cause disorder or create a nuisance for other users of such highways or parking area. The ordinance would also prohibit the use of these same vehicles on private property without the written consent of the owner. The ordinance would set fines of $1,000 for a first offense, $1,500 for a second offense, and $2,000 for all subsequent violations. Penalties per Connecticut General Statute 54-33G also include vehicle seizure, destruction, and disposal. Dated at Groton, Connecticut, this November 22nd, 2024, Marisol Melendez, Groton Town Clerk. This proposed ordinance is available at the town clerk's office and on the town website.
Thank you. We don't have anybody signed up. Is there anybody here that would like to speak on this? Okay. No, I don't see anybody coming up, so we will move on. Up next is receipt of citizens' petitions. This is the portion of the council agenda where the council welcomes comments from the public. Each presentation should be limited to 5 minutes or as directed by the mayor. And if possible, submit written comments. Presentations should be related to matters pertinent to Groton. Town councilors will only ask questions in order to clarify the speaker's presentation. All presentations shall be made from the lectern and should include a speaker's name and address for the record. All right. Up first, we have Joe Morley. Come on up to the lectern.
Yes, good evening, everybody, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to make a follow-up comment. I was here 2 months ago talking about life as a resident in downtown Mystic. I live on 14 Pearl Street. which is 3 houses away from the Harp and Hound and, 4 houses off of Main Street. And I was making it known that it's been really difficult to live there, especially during summer nights when windows are open and the noise and the ruckus out there. So I thought I'd come back and, follow up. Some things have been done. We actually spoke about it before the meeting. Some police officers have been reassigned and some other assets put in place. However, it really hasn't had the effect. It's still not a great place to live anymore. And I sent an email to the council members, which I think screwed up, so you're not going to be able to read it. I'll try to resend it once I get back home. But basically, there's 3 photographs. So one photograph is a car that is blocking my driveway 100%, not just tipping over the line a little bit, but bumper to bumper, completely blocking the driveway. Did call a police officer, and the police officer was successful in getting the owner to show up and move the car. It was about an hour and a half. So imagine you're trying to get to the airport, and suddenly your car can't come out of the driveway. Right? That's actually happened to me. Not this case, but it's happened to me before. So people blocking the driveway. I do know that we have more people walking the streets and handing out summonses, and that's great. But something is going on. People do this, and it's fairly common. The second picture was a stone wall in front of St. Mark's Church. There's about a 6-foot section that was knocked out across the sidewalk and into the road. That wall is about this tall and 18 inches wide, solid stone masonry. Somebody during the night raced out of the parking lot, slammed into it, knocked it clear off its foundation, and kept driving. I don't even know how that car could drive after that. There's a lot of weight that had to be moved in order to make that happen. So the habit of people hanging out in that parking lot around bar closing time, especially on holidays and weekends, is just as bad as it always was. Even though I do know that some police officers have taken the time to park in there, they themselves will say they're stretched too thin and they can't stay there for any length of time. The third picture is a picture of a tractor trailer, a refrigerated tractor trailer on Pearl Street, where I live, unloading the goods to one of the restaurants downtown. There really is no reason why any commercial traffic needs to be coming down Pearl or Gravel Street to feed the needs of those restaurants on Main Street. They can get off the highway at Home Street, go up Home Street, go down Main Street, make their deliveries. We could have special parking spaces for them even, and then they can go down Allen Street to get back on the highway and not ever be on a residential street. So that is, I'm going to say, something that happens 5 days a week. So every morning, 6, 7 o'clock, I'm listening to a refrigerated tractor trailer come down my road, and I thought I was living in a residential area. I thought I was living in a nice little community. The character of the place has really changed, and we need to do something before we kill Mystic. People come to Mystic because of the character of the town. We have a historic commission that's dedicated to maintaining the physical character of the town. The cultural character of the town is changing significantly, and there are fewer residents than I ever remember being there now. And by the way, I do have a rental house next door to my house, and we rent that out, but we've taken steps to make sure that they weren't party houses. We have fewer people allowed to stay at one time there, so there's no big parties. We've done some other things to make it more family-oriented. There's things that can be done. And, we need to be able to sleep at night. We need to not have to wake up to the racket of a tractor trailer outside our bedroom windows in the morning. And, people hurting themselves and slamming into stone walls and desecrating a church. I think that's pretty serious. So that's the only comment I wanted to make tonight. Thank you very much for taking my time.
Thank you. Up next, Liz Resbach. Liz Resbach.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Elizabeth Raisbeck. I live at 81 Main Street in Groton, and I'm here to speak tonight about the refusal of the council to reappoint Jeffrey Pritchard to the Groton Planning and Zoning Commission. There are two aspects to the council's failure to act on Mr. Pritchard's reappointment. First is substance, and second is process. It's disturbing the council does not believe that Mr. Pritchard is fit to continue serving on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Over more than 20 years, he has developed a deep expertise in how planning and zoning regulations work in Groton. Some years ago, he presided over an update of those regulations to make them easier for developers to comply with. Few, if any, on the commission can match his expertise in Groton zoning regulations and the arcane process of planning in Groton. Mr. Pritchard has a reputation for being fair and open-minded, listening to all sides of an issue before making a recommendation on how to proceed. He is noted for his courtesy to applicants, fellow commission members, and the public. Furthermore, he's been a real champion of increasing development in Groton, especially housing. Hundreds of units have been approved by the commission under his watch, and several hundred more are in the pipeline. Why then is he not being reappointed for another term? One can only surmise he has angered key members of the council and probably the Department of Planning and Development staff for his independent views on controversial development issues in Groton, such as short-term rentals, an issue deeply vetted by the Planning and Zoning Commission with an outcome some council members may not like. The public battle a few years ago over whether Groton should host one or more hyper data centers also comes to mind. Although supported by the town development staff and at first a majority of the town council, the projects bumped up against a commission that listened to the public concern and the considerable science showing that hyper data centers bring distressing levels of noise and air pollution and are anathema in the neighborhoods they inhabit. The commission decided to allow smaller data centers associated with the business. Or perhaps it was the unfortunate public fight over 900 units of Respler homes staff and council members wanted to see on the Oral School property. Staff were deeply invested in that project and wanted to create a special zone needed for such a huge number of units. But planning and zoning required the project to comply with existing regulations that had been developed over the years to respect compatibility with local neighborhoods. Equally concerning is the process used to not reappoint Mr. Pritchard. In the past, the Personnel Committee votes on whether to recommend that the reappointment be made by the council. However, Mr. Pritchard's reappointment was raised, but without a second, his nomination disappeared into the dustbin. Thus, the council could not even vote on this important public servant's re-election. Is this the wave of the future for Groton? It's troubling that the town council treats competent public servants who volunteer their time in the interest of a better Groton with so little respect. The similar silent disappearance of the council's task force on resilience and sustainability without so much as a thank you for their years of volunteer service on climate change suggests a serious lack of respect for independent volunteer expertise. Groton deserves better from its elected officials.
Up next, Scott Westervelt.
Good evening, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. I'll start off with something a little lighthearted, just as something for interest for the town. The town's going to be represented this weekend in Houston, Texas, at the National Collegiate Rugby Association's finals in Houston. The Coast Guard Academy is going to be there. The Coast Guard Academy's coach for the rugby team is a resident of Groton, and I think we should all support them. Also, my daughter is on the rugby team, and they'll be down in Houston on Friday and Saturday and Sunday to take care of business, we hope. It's available for all to see on YouTube if you've never seen rugby or women's rugby. It's something exciting to watch, but I just think we should support some of our local people for that. Okay, I would like to bring up several points to address with regards to the actions of the Personnel and Appointments Committee with regards to what I believe is misconduct. The most recent meeting from November was a blatant show of disrespect to Mr. Pritchard, who was up for reappointment. This projected reappointment was met with a quick motion and silence from the other members of the PAC, seemingly shutting his tenure down. Luckily for the town of Groton, there are citizens that apparently know the rules better than some committee members. Thank you, Ms. Katie Pratt. Apparently, in their haste to dismiss Mr. Pritchard without cause, they deviated from Robert's rules and the fact that no second was needed. I guess that also means that they closed the meeting with the motion effectively open. What I would like explained is why. Why did the committee dismiss Mr. Pritchard in this fashion? Has he fallen short on his duties, or has he just lost favor with the council? There's no explanation here. The town of Groton, the people don't know why these things are being done. And very rarely are they given an explanation, so people are left scratching their heads. So that's one. We'll go back to October, and it's much the same disrespect, yet this disrespect has been pervasive for a number of years with regards to John Goodrich. In one of my earliest experiences on the town council, I got to witness firsthand the personal bias of members of the town council and town staff. At that time, it was a different application. It was an application for the CORC. This was extremely heated, with town staff influencing the council. The last few years has seen this very personal bias used to prevent this qualified applicant necessary for certified local government status to apply for grants given by the State Historic Preservation Office. And I asked when I was a town councilor, not necessarily what has he done, but how is he not qualified? Who do we have stepping forward to take that position with the Historic District Commission? There's no one that has those qualifications, yet we keep shutting him down. The town council keeps shutting him down every time he comes up, and with no explanation. Nobody can tell me why that's happening, other than the fact that I know from my time on the town council that it is personal in nature, and that personal bias has no place here. You all took an oath to do the town's business, and your personal bias should not impact what you do for the town. And it's kind of distressing to see that continue to happen. So the actions of the PAC during that October meeting was an immediate recusal of all members, with only one explanation of recusal. Something that I stated when I was on the town council. For transparency for the citizens of Groton, I believe, and I still believe, that every recusal, if you recuse yourself, you need to give an explanation of why. It's only fair and it's only transparent to the citizens of the town that they know why you are doing what you are doing and how you're conducting your business. That's only fair to everyone. So with regards to that, it's just, it only makes me think of the oath that you took. You took an oath to do the town's business. And if you're not going to do the town's business, if you're going to recuse yourself and not tell anybody why, and you're going to shut applicants down, what's the point? We have a hard time getting volunteers, and you all know that. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, John Goodrich. John Goodrich.
I think you have to step out for a minute.
Genevieve Cerf.
A copy for you and a copy for the counselor. Hi, my name is Genevieve Cerf. I live at 6 Pearl Street in Mystic, a few doors down from the gentleman who just spoke, and I can only concur with everything that he said. And add the fact that my garbage cans, the new ones that I clearly marked number 6 Pearl Street, were stolen by the Airbnb people next door. On a weekend, they had a lot of visitors, and they felt they needed extra garbage cans. I had to spend 10 or 15 minutes finding my garbage cans in the cold. And at my age with my Parkinson's, I had to roll my garbage cans over the gravel driveway back to my place. All right, I'm going to be reading a letter that was written by Catherine Pratt of 75 Front Street, Nowant, Connecticut. I believe the letter was sent to you, but I believe it's important for the public to hear what she said because she does such good research. December 3rd, 2024, Groton Town Council, 45 Fort Hill Road, Groton, Connecticut. Subject, reappointment of Jeffrey Pritchard to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Mayor Franco, members of the Town Council, I appreciate this opportunity to express my concern over the failure of the Personnel and Appointments Committee on November 19th to recommend Jeffrey Pritchard for reappointment to the Town of Groton Planning and Zoning Commission, or to take any action at all on the motion on the floor to do so. On the merits, Mr. Pritchard has made positive contributions to the well-being of our community for decades. As RTM member, Chair of the Planning Commission, and Chair of the current Joint Planning and Zoning Commission, and is indisputably qualified. When considering the primary objective of land use regulation to preserve the integrity and stability of a well-balanced community plan, we are fortunate to have the benefit of Mr. Pritchard's accumulated knowledge and expertise in the complex rules and regulations of both planning and zoning, and his commitment to ensuring that the underlying principles are implemented uniformly and consistently in an objective and neutral manner. I stress that word neutral because it's very important to him. I look forward to the content of the full committee report of Chair Bruce Jones at tonight's meeting and a full explanation of the committee's reasoning, including any grounds for its inaction on the pending motion to recommend Mr. Pritchard's reappointment to the full council. Incidentally, under Robert's Rules of Order, 12th edition, motions made in a committee need not be seconded. See section 49:21, in parentheses, procedure in small boards, which is incorporated by reference in section 50:25, a subsection of section 50 on committees. It has come to the attention of the public that the town clerk, presumably on the basis of the committee's inaction, undertook apparently on her own initiative to send a letter dated November 25 to Mr. Pritchard notifying him that he had not been reappointed. Even if the committee had acted on the motion before it and put it to a vote, which it did not do, that action would have been only advisory to the full body. In other words, to the town council sitting as such in a regular session. I fail to discern any legal basis for the town clerk's letter. Through the many years of the exercise of the planning and zoning functions in Groton, the community has benefited greatly from the care, concern, and common sense of volunteers like Mr. Pritchard. He is deserving of your full support. Thank you for your time and attention. I would like to add that since we saw manipulation of John Goodrich's application, basically it was swept under the rug at the last Personnel and Appointments Committee. It said that you would just receive the application, no discussion, no voting, no nothing. And then of Mr. Pritchard at this meeting, that there is, seems to me, and I'm not accusing you of this, I'm just saying, how could they all have decided, and that is basically you, Mr. Mayor Franco, and the people who constantly and exactly all of them vote exactly for what you want and what you do without any explanation. We need transparency.
Thank you. Up next, Russ Nickerson.
Good evening, my name is Russ Nickerson. I live on 80 Island View Avenue in Mystic. I'm here to basically voice my concern and disdain for what I'm hearing here today as a pretty common theme of dishonorable behavior on the part of the town to misrepresent fact and law to the state in support of aid money for the Butler project, for instance. I'm not a good speaker, so I'm going to read it from a couple of notes. What's been done with Mr. Pritchard, this is abysmal behavior, and there was no notice. I received notice of this meeting an hour ago. This is not how a functioning town committee is supposed to work, town council. I don't like the use of our lawyers that I pay for to bully us into submission. I don't like the condescending, arrogant look from a lot of the people that I see here. We should be able to have lawful exchange of ideas that benefits the community that we all work hard to maintain and sustain, that we've built. An essence of this community that's been built for decades, and it's being destroyed by people who are not living up to their oaths, to their moral compass. And I'm very angry, and I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me speak, and good night.
Thank you. Up next is Gary Wells.
Gary Wells, 5 Route 27, Old Mystic. I used to occasionally go to the Ocean House on Saturdays with my mother, and at one end of the bar was always Mr. B. The staff is not allowed to refer to the customers by their first names, and he insisted, so they referred to him as Mr. B. So I assumed that was his first initial. Anyway, he didn't chat a lot, but he once told me he was a developer and he developed property in North and South Kingston. And he said he preferred one over the other. He preferred the one with the higher taxes, not the one with the lower taxes, because the one with the lower taxes, every time they had an election, they'd change staff. They'd get somebody's brother-in-law in as town manager, and the other staff would change, and from one thing to another, and it takes a little time to develop property. So I think, think that having Jeff Pritchard continue on the board, it's important to have stability, and stability matters. And these people the developers, they can deal with the zoning boards, if as long as the game isn't changing or the personnel are changing. So, anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Fatima Allers.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Fatima Allers. I reside at 195 Michelle Lane here in Groton. I want to start off by saying thank you to Council Borderline for the consideration of money for the ARPA funds to help support people in need. There are so many working class people who are silently struggling. You advocating allowed people to get the help that they needed during challenging times. I met Council Borderline back in the spring when many of us were displaced from our homes. She put on her boots and went out to advocate for all of us, which we appreciated a great deal. It felt great to have a council member willing to walk the fight with us. Since that time, I've been keeping myself up to date with what's going on in the town, watching the meetings, which is directly affecting myself and my children. I must say, it saddens me to see the disconnect that I see on the council before me. Borderline often advocates and asks questions for the people to point out the views. Borderline often advocates and asks questions from the people's point of view, and she completely gets bashed and disrespected whenever she opens her mouth. The most recent event that I watched on 11/12, the topic was being discussed was health insurance funding and pay. Borderline asked a question along the lines of, would it be the algorithm that they used because they have more employees, something along that lines. She was completely cut off by Mayor Franco and was told that's not a question. The tone that was used towards Council Borderline was very hostile and disrespectful. Council Borderline was trying to gather her thoughts on her question. She was trying to figure out the question directly on what she wanted to ask. She wasn't given any grace, just immediately attacked. And then when she asked, "Can you please allow me to speak?" she was told she was out of order. She cannot speak without eye rolls, without being scrutinized. She stands alone up there with no support from her council members. We, the people, shouldn't be able to see the animosity and disconnect from the council members up on the podium. You all are here to do the work for us, the people in the town. This all needs to change. I thought that there would be change after it was published in the paper, but it hasn't. It seems to be getting worse. I hope moving forward that each member gets the respect that they deserve. It really gets uncomfortable to watch at times. It's time to support one another and get things done in this town instead of being against one another. It definitely feels like she's up there alone and she cannot speak. And I want to say, as a working class woman, a working class family, she's the only one on the member that I feel is here for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Elizabeth Pendry.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Elizabeth Pendry. I reside at 83 High Street in Groton. This is to express my grave concern about the council's failure to reappoint Jeffrey Pritchard to the Groton Planning and Zoning Commission. Firstly, Mr. Pritchard's qualifications are beyond reproach. For over 20 years, he has developed unparalleled expertise in Groton's planning and zoning regulations, spearheading updates to make them more user-friendly for developers. Renowned for his fairness and courtesy, Mr. Pritchard consistently listens to all perspectives before making decisions. He has been a champion of housing development in Groton, with hundreds of units approved under his watch and more in progress. Secondly, the progress used to deny Mr. Pritchard's reappointment is troubling. In this case, because Mr. Pritchard's nomination was raised but not seconded, the committee used this as an opportunity to silence a vote This is out of order. Further, it corrupts the reappointment process and disrespects a dedicated public servant. Seconding means more than one member believes the motion should be discussed. A motion made by a committee chair does not need a second. As you are aware, the person who makes a motion has the first opportunity to speak. I urge the council to reconsider its actions and to reaffirm its commitment to fair process by following Robert's Rules of Order. Thank you.
Mary Ellen Furlong.
Good evening. My name is Mary Ellen Furlong. I live at 57 Fishtown Lane in Noank, Mystic, and Groton. I am here tonight because I am appalled at what happened in silence. The firing of Jeff Pritchard, who for over 20 years has worked in planning and zoning and is an expert in the complicated rules of these committees. There was no reason given for him not being nominated to serve another term. The only thing we heard was silence when the Personnel and Appointments Committee asked for a second. I think it's pretty obvious that the reason Jeff Pritchard was fired this way was because he was not doing what certain members of the council wished. Chairman Pritchard opposed totally inappropriate developments such as the data center, Mystic Oral School, and allowing unlimited short-term rentals in Groton. The whole sleight of hand was accomplished by changing the various rules in the Rules Committee, in the council meetings, and on various council committees. These rule changes are potentially illegal. Sometimes they go along with Robert's Rules of Order, sometimes not, sometimes the town statutes, sometimes not. I would like to ask the town attorneys to look at this again. I believe in a previous meeting, the attorneys felt that the wording was problematic. We have one of the most expensive town governments in the state of Connecticut. Therefore, the citizens of this town have plenty of staff, consultants, and aides to keep everyone informed. That is not the case. Instead, the lack of transparency produces surprises, such as the silent firing of Jeff Pritchard, the oral school development and subsequent negotiations with Blue Lotus that we had no knowledge of, not to mention lawsuits by various data center developers. I have repeatedly asked the town manager how many lawsuits we have, and I have yet to receive a satisfactory answer. This council cannot continue this way. It is not beneficial for the town, and you do not represent the townspeople that elected you. Thank you.
Michael Kane.
Good evening, Michael Kane, 51 Jupiter Point Road. I serve on the Planning and Zoning Commission with Jeff Pritchard. Every year since Jeff has been chairman, I have taken the honor of nominating him to be our next chairman. I truly appreciate working with him. Jeff has served on the Planning and Zoning Commission for more than 22 years. He's been the chairperson for approximately, I would guess, 10 of those years. And he has been selected as our chairperson unanimously every year. He's a retired electric boat engineer. Jeff is all about process and fairness. He allows every member of our commission to speak their time and is especially concerned about the public having their opportunity to speak, and he is fair and supportive of every applicant. He was very supportive and instrumental in our recent approved regulations involving electric vehicle charging stations, which require charging stations at new multifamily homes and commercial properties. Groton led the state in this effort, and consequently, the state has written legislation which mirror our regulations mandating EV charging. Jeff worked tirelessly to write regulations on short-term rentals, which initially seemed like an impossible task. Our regulations under his guidance has found balance. Existing short-term rentals are allowed to continue, and new ones are limited in residential areas. He led the effort to implement new cannabis regulations, which are allowed by the state and will bring new business to the town. He's fair and impartial. He brings about a sense of balance which is critical when dealing with developers and residents who don't always support development in their backyard, see eye to eye. He finds consensus. Our commission votes unanimously 99% of the time. This is important to Jeff. It is a testament to him as a consensus builder. Finally, we are undertaking an enormous task. We are about to write our newest version of the Plan of Conservation and Development. This town needs Jeff's institutional knowledge and dedication to complete this task. Thank you for allowing me to provide my support.
Jim Furlong.
Good evening. My name is Jim Furlong. I live at 57 Fishtown Lane, Mystic. I will repeat a number of things that I've already heard because I think they need to be said. I was shocked yesterday when I read of the impending dismissal of Jeff Pritchard. Was the longtime chair of the planning and also zoning commissions in both of them. An official letter to Mr. Pritchard dated November 25th was signed by the town clerk, but I assume she was working under direction because the letter went to the town manager, Dr. John Burt, who presumably takes responsibility for this. I want to read this little tiny dismissive note that this long working man, Mr. Pritchard, received. Dear Mr. Pritchard, the intent of this letter is to inform you that you have not been reappointed to the Planning and Zoning Commission following the expiration of your current term on December 31st, 2024. The town is appreciative of your time you have spent on the P&Z and wish you the best in the future, sincerely. Now that is a dismissive, cruel letter. Whoever came up with that either didn't know anything or should be given a pretty stern lecture. As many of you are aware, the town of Groton tends to attract many entrepreneurs of dubious reputation. Among them are the data center leaders, Gospus, I guess it's Got Space, and New England Edge. These are two of the outstanding people. They dealt with the oral school and also the Mystic River city was too big. Mr. Pritchard had the judgment and intelligence to fight off these people who want to destroy our beautiful town. That he is now being summarily dismissed is a further offense to Groton's already, well, I have to say it, poorly regarded council. The legal as well as moral ground of Mr. Pritchard's firing are questionable. I would suggest that the town's lawyers look at it again. I understand they had a good deal of disputation about it at the time. If they look at it again, we might find some way out of this mess. I assume that others will be looking, will be looking at it from the outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Kahn?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Kuhn, and I reside at 104 Irving Street here in Groton. And I echo the very articulate comments in support of Mr. Pritchard and the expression of dismay with how events have unfolded thus far regarding his reappointment. And what I do have to add is that having reviewed the minutes of the meeting of the 26th of November, I would like to request that the document cite the motion by Mr. Jones regarding Mr. Pritchard and indicate that the motion was not supported, rather than simply omitting that as an element of the meeting. I don't believe it's in the minutes. And the fact that this matter was, the matter of his reappointment was not discussed openly in either the Committee on Appointments, nor was it discussed by the council or the Committee of the Whole, and more broadly is very disappointing. And I have to ask the question, is this the manner of practice we are to expect from our town council as it is currently composed? Thank you.
Chris, if you straighten the microphone out a little bit.
Straighten it up.
Yes.
Oh,
So, because we hardly could hear you and Jim last. Just put it.
Thank you.
okay. Thank
Is
you
there
very
any-
much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak?
I had asked the town staff to sign me up, but I guess that didn't happen. Anyway, good evening, Mayor Falco and members of the town committee. My name is Jessie Stratton, and I live at 31 Spring Street in Groton. In March of 2019, I was appointed to the newly established Groton Resilience and Sustainability Task Force. Under the dedicated leadership of Zell Stever, the members applied their substantial professional expertise to addressing the many issues which help determine the town's ability to successfully mitigate the impacts of a changing climate. A copy of that charge I have attached to the comments I submitted. Since that time, we as a group and individually devoted countless hours to meeting with town departments, other relevant organizations, and undertaking the research needed to understand the complexities climate change poses to Groton, and to developing recommendations for how the town and its inhabitants can promote resilience and sustainability in the face of those increasingly impactful challenges. In the more than 5 years since we met, we did so mostly monthly and reported to the town council several times. However, over this past year, those lines of communication have largely vanished. Zell Stever and I met with the mayor and town manager last January to discuss how we could most benefit the town going forward. And since then, both before and after Zell's passing in April, we have requested time to meet with the council, to no avail. During the summer, we were actually asked by town staff to fill out forms indicating our willingness to continue to serve, which each of us did. When I went to schedule a meeting in October, however, I was informed that the task force had been dissolved because we had finished our work. None of us were informed of that dissolution, nor do any of us believe we had finished our work. When I inquired as to when and how the council made the decision to dissolve us, I was informed that they did not need to take any formal action to do such, including even the courtesy of informing us that they had done so. The town's website continues to say that the town of Groton is developing the first climate action plan in 2024. This is December 2024. And while this summer the public was invited to join a steering committee to help with the development of that plan, a member of our task force who volunteered to do so has not even been contacted. This supposed first climate change action plan is actually an update and hopefully an expansion of the one Zell Stever led the creation of in 2011. Each of us on the task force cares deeply about these issues and the town's welfare. We have accordingly been willing to volunteer considerable time to the task force's charge, but it has become increasingly obvious that the town does not value those efforts. Fortunately, there are many, many other entities that need and welcome the involvement of volunteers willing to contribute their time and knowledge to these issues. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak?
Good evening, Lauren Gauthier, 31 Boardson Road. Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak tonight in support of democracy, due process. I think there's a beauty to democracy and its inefficiency and a purposefulness, right? We go to committee before we go to the full body so that folks have the opportunity to understand why decisions are being made. They have multiple chances to participate in democracy. And so while I share the umbrage that Mr. Pritchard looks like he might not continue to join us on the Planning and Zoning Commission, myself, an alternate member, we haven't made that decision yet, have we, as a town? The council has not voted on that. The Personnel and Appointments Committee, they make the recommendation, but the council votes in the end. I think that the charter is clear, 8.1.2, you shall follow the appointment policy. The appointment policy is clear, has a lot of shalls in it, which as a policy wonk and as a contracts professional, shall is a mighty word, right? Has a force of law behind it. And so I'm not saying whether or not we have met both the law, the letter of the law, and the intent of that policy, but certainly this council has not made a final decision yet on Mr. Pritchard and his appointment. And I would hope that they continue to allow him to serve as he's served for decades quite well for this whole town. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
Mayor, I received a notice from a resident who said he sent the clerk a letter, and he also sent it to me to be read into the record.
It's already,
So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to read it or if that's something you do.
somebody else has already read it.
No, this was
There's-
from Andre Baumgartner.
There is another resident here to speak.
My name is Ian Thomas, 24 Jefferson Drive. For full disclosure, I am a member of the Board of Education and also a spouse of Counselor Bordelon. I'm going to read a letter from Ed Johnson quickly, and then I'll follow up with my time afterwards. To the Honorable Mayor Franco, members of the Groton, Connecticut Town Council, Town Manager, Town Clerk. Regarding, is there a problem on the Groton Planning and Zoning Commission? Note, I am unable to attend tonight's council meeting due to illness. If possible, I would appreciate if the clerk or appropriate volunteer could read this aloud into the record. I am taking that opportunity to be the volunteer. For several years, Jeffrey Pritchard has served on the commission, and it is disturbing that apparently the town council has chosen not to reappoint him to continue. As most of us know, he is considered to be very willing to listen to all sides of an issue. We note his activity in support of increased housing development, badly needed as Groton continues to try and support an increased business activity, including at Electric Boat. I can attest to this personally because of my involvement with encouraging more commuter rail activity to support these Southeast Connecticut businesses. Mr. Pritchard was a key factor in recognizing public sentiment in two major development projects, both of which initially received strong support by the council at the time. One was a large proposal for the oral school property, which would have had a very negative traffic effect on the existing area homeowners. The other was the large data center proposal, which would have had a very negative air and noise pollution effect on the residences in those local areas. It strikes me that such activity indicates a feeling that the council wants to push large developments and does not appreciate the value of having folks like Mr. Pritchard serving in the public interest. In this sense, it paints a picture of people in power more willing to follow a personal agenda and not necessarily in the best interest of the public that they serve. Perhaps it would be very appropriate to immediately review the situation more closely and correct it. Thank you for your time. Edward Johnson, 87 Main Street, Groton, Connecticut. So now speaking on my own behalf, I've come before this council countless times, very often in response to situations like this, where it seems like the decision's already made before any deliberation occurs, if any deliberation occurs at all. A number of people have identified problems in procedure, process, and just simple courtesy. I don't know how many more times I would encourage everyone here to continue to come. Thank you for coming out this month. Come next month. Come the month after that. Come the month after that. Continue to stay involved, stay engaged. Myself, I'm out of words to express my displeasure with this council and various formations of it in previous terms. The best thing I can do is share with the public that, a number of years ago, I am a member of the Groton Democratic Town Committee, and I'm flabbergasted to see this behavior. The Democrats, largely speak of like being democratic and open and engaging and wanting to have the process play out, but I don't see that happen on this level. At one point in time, I served as the chair of the nominations committee on the Groton Democratic Town Committee. So I can speak to people, I can help them understand the process by which you can run for office. And so right now, I am just going to give you my phone number, 860-908-9350, and an email address, Ian C. Thomas, 4, Groton @gmail.com. So IANCTHOMAS, the number 4, groton@gmail.com. Please reach out to me, brainstorm, think of candidates that can run for council. Think of candidates that can run for RTM. Think of candidates that can run for Board of Education. We have half our seats coming up in the next election. This whole body is up for re-election. I can guide you through the process of how to present yourself to the Democratic Town Committee, should you be a registered Democrat, and, be considered for nomination to run in place of most of these folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak?
Mayor, just a question. I'm not sure procedurally how this should occur if I've received this and the clerk received a letter.
What is it?
It's a letter from a resident, Andre Baumgartner, asking to be read into the meeting because he's not able to
Our
make
State
it
Representative
Yes,
Baumgartner?
State Representative.
When was it sent? Do
this afternoon,
you have a time?
6:35.
So after our meeting had started.
6:35 is when I received it.
Nobody received it before the meeting started to read it into the record, so.
Point of information.
Your question?
Comments are read all the way through up until it's 7:32. He's our state rep. Why wouldn't we grant the graces and allow it to be read into the record? It doesn't matter that it came in at 6:35.
They don't have a copy of it. They do not have a
Councilor
copy.
McBride said he'd read it. Is that a problem?
Councilor McBride is welcome to read it.
Oh,
I would
no.
also like to
Okay.
say that we're also during our meeting, we're not supposed to be on our electronics at all during our meeting that's what our rules today. But
So can it be read into the record?
if Councilor McBride chooses to do so,
I have no issue reading it. Do I read it from the podium?
no, you can read it from right there.
Okay, thank you. Andre Baumgartner, 162 Daniel Brown Drive, Mystic, Connecticut, 06355. Groton Town Council, 45 Fort Hill Road, Groton, Connecticut, 06340. Dear members of the Groton Town Council, I am writing to strongly urge the reappointment of Jeffrey Pritchard to the Groton Planning and Zoning Commission. Mr. Pritchard has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to serving our community through his work on the commission. His professionalism, reliability, and dedication to balancing environmental quality with sustainable economic growth make him an invaluable asset to this critical land use board. Planning and zoning is not and should not be a partisan board. Allowing Groton Public Affairs to devolve into divisiveness degrades us all and discourages the best people from volunteering for public service. Nothing elicits public concern and animosity as much as land use decisions. If there is one political truism, it is that all neighborhoods matter. In an era when development pressures can sometimes overshadow community concerns, it is essential to have leaders who prioritize fairness and balance. Mr. Pritchard has consistently shown the ability to navigate complex issues and find solutions that respect the interests of all parties involved. While he and I may belong to different political parties, he is a Republican and I am a Democrat. That distinction is irrelevant when considering his qualifications and performance. His consistent attendance at meetings and his professional approach to the complex issues before the commission further highlight his capability and dedication. The decisions made by the Planning and Zoning Commission profoundly shape the future of our town, and we need experienced, thoughtful leaders like Mr. Pritchard to navigate these challenges. His reappointment is not just a matter of continuity, but of ensuring that Groton's Planning and Zoning Commission has the expertise needed to guide our town toward a prosperous and sustainable future. Thank you for your consideration. I trust that you will prioritize what is best for Groton in this decision. Sincerely, Andre Baumgartner, State Representative for the 41st District. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak as the public as well.
Violation. Point of order.
Your point of,
That violates our council rules. Councilors cannot speak during public comment.
it is in our rules now, you cannot speak during councilor comments.
In fact, true.
Yes.
It is in our
It is.
rules.
Where is it in our rules?
It was voted on by this council. So we shall
I
take a
challenge the
moment
ruling.
to find the rule
Sure.
first.
Councilor, Mayor Frank,
Yes.
I have the rule if you'd like me to read it.
Would you like to read the rule out loud, please?
Yeah. Rule 15, Citizens Petition, Section A, in accordance with Section 5.3 of the Town Charter, the order of the business at regular council meetings shall provide for citizens' petitions. Wait, hold on. A citizen's comments who is not a member of the Groton Town Council may be presented orally or in writing.
Perfect. And when was that edited?
This council had passed this, I clearly remember.
Oh, that's right. All right, that was one of the new rule changes, because.
Thank you. Thank you.
Point of information.
Your question?
I'd like to ask a clarifying question regarding some of the speakers.
Your question?
When did we dissolve the sustainability?
That's not a clarifying question.
My question is, when did this council, because it was said that the council.
Right, that's a council, that's not a clarifying question from a resident. A clarifying question is, unless you would like the specific date. Is that
When's
what
the
you're asking?
specific date? When,
Thank you.
because my name shouldn't have been on that. When did this council, what date did you guys
Mr.
dissolve?
Actually, you know what, we're under response to citizens' comments. Do you have just very clarifying questions that maybe you didn't hear the speaker correctly and you might need to clarify, such as the address?
Is the commission dissolved?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. In this, just to clarify as well, the council did put in another commission for sustainability. Up next on our agenda is the consent calendar. Councilor Gajewski, would you like to take that?
Yeah, I can just-
It's on page 5 of our agenda.
Yeah.
It's
Item 20241045, October 29, 2024, November 4th, 2024, and November 12th, 2024 minutes, and special trust fund contributions December. Be it resolved that the town council special meeting minutes of October 29, 2024, meeting minutes of November 4th, 2024, and town council special meeting minutes of November 12th, 2024 are hereby and accepted and approved, in addition with approved and acceptance of special trust fund contributions. So moved.
moved by Gajewski. Seconded by Jones. Does anybody have any corrections or changes they'd like to see in the minutes? Councilor Rusk?
I'm sorry, I just have a question. In our packet, the special trust fund is a separate resolution. Are we doing it all together?
They are together as
The
consent calendar, all under one.
Okay, thank you.
Read together. Councilor Bordelon, did you have a hand up?
Yeah, on page 13, under Chair Jones, it states here that the chair, on October 16th, the meeting will be discussed as the motion during the meeting. It wasn't discussed, ever. It was simply, so my edit, what we've been doing is there's been no discussion under the chair's report at all, continuously. And in fact.
What is your change you would like to see in the minutes?
Can I get there? Can you give me some minutes to get there? I'm getting there, thank you.
It's not supposed to be a debate.
So
It is
let
supposed
me,
to be
I'm
a
explaining
notification of
myself,
what changed.
and you're not allowing me
I
to
know you're
explain.
trying to explain yourself, but the way it works is you are supposed to point out the change you would like to see.
So my change is that it was never discussed. It was said it would be discussed later in the meeting. All that was discussed was the people's
So you
names
would like
put
to remove
forward.
the word
Can you not
discussed?
interfere with me speaking?
I am trying
Let
to
me have the floor.
Well, you are out of order now.
Well. This is me. Can I speak?
Do you want to remove the word discussed?
Can you not speak when I'm speaking? It's
You're
my
out of
motion,
order.
and
You're
you're
out of
telling
order.
me what to say.
We are now taking a break.
Perfect.
Thank you. We'll adjourn at 7:41 and return in approximately 10 minutes.
Street for her arrival on.
We're back from recess at 8:01. Counselor Parker has joined us. She actually had joined the meeting at 7:33. All right, we're on the minutes. Also, I'd like to have it noted in the record that we had to take a break due to Counselor Bordelon disrupting the meeting and was called out of order. Does anybody else have any comments on the minutes and the trust fund contributions? Counselor Rusk?
I just wanted
Point of
to.
order. Where we left off, I was still speaking.
When you are called out of order, rule number 8B1A, you yield your time and your turn. Thank you. Counselor Rusk, continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who made a contribution to the community. There are many here, and I hope everyone can take a moment to kind of take a look at this, but I just want to say thank you for everybody who made contributions both to social services, to Groton Utilities Assistance Program, Food Locker, social services discretionary, and Parks and Rec. So thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. All right, up to communicate, we have to vote on it.
I had my hand up.
So you have yielded your time and your turn for being called out of order and disrupting the meeting. It is in our rules. I have repeated it again, Rule 8, Section B, 1A. Thank you. We're moving on.
I'd like to challenge the ruling because I have 2 turns to speak, so I lose both turns.
You yield your time and your turns.
We've never done that before when we've taken a recess.
We've passed it at the council. It is in the rules.
But we've never,
You're challenging the chair, the ruling of the chair.
yes, I am.
Okay. There's a challenge to the ruling in the chair.
This is definitely.
It is in, Council Bordelon, you don't have the floor. Please stop speaking when you don't have the floor. With the challenging of the chair, we will vote on upholding it. All those in favor of upholding the decision of the chair?
Doesn't it need to be seconded?
It does need to be seconded.
Excuse me?
I believe it needs to be seconded.
It needs to be seconded, okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, ruling of the chair by Bordelon. Seconded by Pacino. It needs a majority vote. And it is debatable. Does anybody have any comments? Councilor Bordelon.
So we've taken many breaks, and some not from my doing. There's been many times when the communication barriers have broken down, where people become frustrated just by the sight of me, the eye rolls, and other decorum
You are out of
issues.
order. You are out of order.
Other decorum issues.
Do not take other counselors' motives.
Listen, you're
your
injecting
comments.
my motive, which is unfair. That's what I'm defending. That it's
There are-
unfair, let me finish, that I'm at fault for just trying to get my point across. I'm wrong. That's not fair.
That is incorrect.
let
And you
me-
are also doing the motives of myself
I
and
didn't say
other
anybody's name.
counselors.
I'm just speaking in
You
general.
are speaking about other motives.
We're speaking about the fact that why we adjourn. Many times we adjourn.
You are supposed to keep your comments to
Yep, I will.
the motion on the floor, which is the
Right.
challenging of the chair
Yep.
for the rule.
And many times we adjourn for many reasons, and we've never come back and have come to this conclusion ever since I've been on here, since you guys have tightened up the rules, made them more unbreathable, in my opinion. And now this is a new thing now we're going to enact that. We've never once, out of all the breaks that we've taken, because people get or feel they need a break, it doesn't have to be that I've done anything wrong. It's let's just take a break. We've never once come back and then said, oh, you don't have a chance to speak after that. You're out of line. I mean, this is definitely new. And it's not, we've done this before? No, we haven't. We've taken many
Are
a
you
breaks.
speaking to me?
We've had many a breaks, but we've never once made a person lose their turn as a result. I had a call to quorum here one time and told someone was out of line. Someone was banging the podium. Did they lose their turn to speak? Nope, not that night, did they? How come it only fits when it's me? Counselor stood up and was banging the podium. And I waited, and not one person called to quorum. If it's me, I say one thing, move, wink, nod. I just walk in the room, I get the eye rolling from my vice chair of my Democratic committee.
Point of order.
Yeah, right. You're rolling your eyes at me.
Point of order?
Quorum, my
Exactly.
motives, like.
You are taking
Not
motives
rolling
into
my eyes at
consideration.
anyone?
Okay,
You
well,
have
you're
been
rolling
out,
at me.
your
So-
comments are out of order.
That's fine, I'm done anyway, thank you. I just asked for fairness across the board, which is not happening. Yeah. I'll take my next turn then.
Go ahead, Counselor Bordelon.
And here we are, trying to defend and speak about how people feel about being dismissed on different boards and commissions. And this treatment of how I'm treated is exactly.
Counselor Bordelon, you are off topic.
No, I'm
Again,
not. I'm defending
you
my-
are challenging the ruling of the chair regarding the rule. Would you please keep it at that?
It's never the same up here. The rules change daily. They're not fair or just. They're not equitable. We're all supposed to be on the same party, supposedly. We've all been voted on, and yet I constantly have to fight for my right to be up here, my voice. And every time something changes, the rule changes. I've never seen rules change as much as it has since it's been up here. It's embarrassing to me and my family how I'm treated up here. All because I won my seat back 4 years ago after a primary, and it's been the same ever since. I have not been treated
Counselor Bordelon,
as
that
an
has nothing
equal
to do with the topic
counterpart. Yes,
on the
it does,
floor.
in my
It has
opinion.
nothing
Point
to
of
do
order?
with your
It
point
has
of
It has a
order.
lot to do with it.
We are away from the topic at hand, so that is not germane to what we're discussing. The discussion is about the ruling of the chair, nothing else,
it's not
nothing
fair.
more. Nothing else, nothing more.
You think it's fair,
I
Parker?
agree, thank you.
It's not
I
fair.
concur that you
Point of
are
order
off topic,
again.
and
Point of order
and you
again.
need to stay on topic. Counselor Parker, your point of order.
Decorum, lack of respect of calling my title, and calling me out, out asking the chair, the mayor, to speak to me.
Thank you, I agree. Counselor Bordelon, would you please
Sure.
keep your comments towards the
Yeah.
topic on the floor?
Absolutely, I will.
I am not finished speaking.
Oh.
Would you please keep your comments to the topic at hand? The motion on the floor is to challenge the ruling of the chair.
So again, it's not fair or equitable, as I stated. It's never the same. The rules change all the time. I apologize, Counselor Parker, that I didn't say through the mayor, which is another new rule that we've never had to do in all the years being elected. But that is a new rule, and I'll respect that because the majority of the council up here wanted to say through the mayor in order to speak. So I do apologize to you, Counselor Parker, that I didn't say through the mayor. But again, we sit up here and we constantly have to defend just breathing up here, which is not right. And this is the first time that this has happened, but I'm not surprised, so we'll move forward. Continue with the ruling.
Councilor McBride.
Thank you. Just for clarification, because this is a new rule, I don't have the rules in front of me. Can somebody read the rules that we're voting on, that particular piece? Because I'm not familiar with the exact wording.
After the first decorum recess, if the mayor finds a counselor out of order, the counselor will immediately suspend their remarks. The mayor will recognize them to give them an opportunity to come back into order. If they fail to do so, the counselor out of order yields their turn and remaining time.
Thank you.
Point of information, can you please cite the number?
It is Rule 8, Section B1A.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. I don't see any other hands, so we'll take a vote on the ruling of the chair. If you are in favor of the ruling of the chair, you will vote yes. If you are in favor of overruling the chair, the chair's decision, you would vote no.
Point of order.
Your point of order.
Believe that is backwards. Because the rule, the motion on the floor is to challenge the role of the chair.
Okay. So challenge. You're supposed to keep them in the positive, so. All right, so if you would like to overrule the challenge of the ruling of the chair, and you would like to overrule the mayor's decision, you would vote yes. If you would like to keep the ruling of the chair, then you will vote no.
Thank you.
All those in favor of overruling the challenge of the chair, who vote yes?
Aye.
All those opposed, voting no. Aye.
Aye.
That fails 1 to 7 to 0. Oh, was there an abstention? Excuse me.
No, 1 to 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1 to 8, sorry. 1 to 8 to 0. That fails. Moving on. We are on the minutes, the consent calendar, and the trust fund. Are there any more comments regarding that? Councilor McBride.
Just to piggyback off what Councilor Bordelon stated in terms of Chair Jones stated that the results of the 16th meeting will be discussed as a motion during the meeting. My understanding is that that is what Chair Jones stated, so I'm in support of the minutes. Whether or not that was discussed is a separate matter, in my opinion, than what the minutes are stated. So I'm in support of the minutes as that's what was stated.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other comments, we'll vote on the minutes. All those in favor of the minutes as is, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Passes 8 to 1 to 0. Moving on to communications and reports, other than committee reports. First up is town councilors. Councilor Merritt, do you have anything you would like to share this evening?
Not at this point in time.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. Just want to share that I attended the Golf Advisory Committee. They had a presentation that I recommend everyone to watch about how to move the golf course forward and to look at ways to improve and ways that the town needs to restructure and kind of come into the 21st century. That's just the Cliff Notes version of it, but I recommend you to take the time. I think it's a 100-and-something page document. I've received many communications. Some of those were read tonight about Mr. Pritchard's appointment. I received comments and calls regarding, the format of the personnel and appointment meeting and the way it was held with Councilor Jones, Councilor Gajewski, Councilor Rusk, and confusion overall as to how that process played out. I also have concerns and was asked how come the letter to Mr. Pritchard was not added in the agenda. So I said I would ask that, I guess, through the mayor to the town manager, how come the letter was not included?
Mr. Burt?
Which letter? Excuse me. The one to Mr. Pritchard?
Correct.
It's not on the agenda tonight. We wouldn't put it on in the packet.
Okay, because I guess the question I got from the community that it pertains to the personal appointments. So it was given out, but it wasn't added. And what else? Concerns for some of the groundkeeping on some of our town properties, and concerns for funding for folks in need, for human services, and other programs throughout the town. And that's all I have.
Councilor Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have just recently been informed that I've been added to a committee for the, my goodness, it was right there too.
Pleasant Valley.
Pleasant Valley. I appreciate the opportunity to serve.
Would you like to move your microphone closer?
I would love to move my microphone closer. I appreciate the opportunity to serve the town, and thank you for the opportunity for that. And I was just at, new subject, I was just at the animal shelter right behind us, and they have several cats and dogs ready for adoption. If anybody's looking to get something before Christmas, and if they can have no animals in the clinic at Christmas time, those two ladies can spend Christmas with their families. So, thank you very much, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Counselor Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So no pressure to go adopt a dog or a cat. Wow,
I'm
pulling
getting-
at the heartstrings.
I'm getting two of them.
I just wanted to say congratulations to Yetter Road Tree Farm for celebrating 50 years in Groton. That's fantastic. And I'm excited to go get my Christmas tree this week from there. And additionally, I hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I also was able to go down for a very short period of time to the Mystic Downtown Stroll. If you have not had the opportunity, I think it goes till later tonight. It was absolutely beautiful, and support local business. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also went down and witnessed the Mystic Stroll, was able to walk through the shops along Main Street. I also attended tonight the open house for the Mystic Noank Library. It's well attended, lots of kids there, music on 3 different floors, I think, going on. So it was a great turnout, and it's a great to have them be part of our community. I was also informed by one of our officers this weekend for the Christmas boat parade that happened and all the other events that Mystic brought in. 85,000 people came through Mystic over this weekend. So we clearly are one of the key tourist locations in town, and congratulations to our officers who helped keep that a safe place, and to our Chamber of Commerce who helps run these events. Did a great job.
Thank you. Counselor McBride.
Thank you. Numerous emails from residents on various topics, specifically the personal appointments meetings with regards to John Goodrich and Jeff Pritchard. However, I'm sure we'll discuss that later if that's been discussed enough tonight. Also had some questions and comments from our FOI and Robert's Rules trainings for the various committees. And also had several invites to the holiday event, so thank you for those invites. Also want to congratulate the Fish football team on a good season, even though they're extremely young. I think they still did rather well, so congratulations to them. Today, I also attended the annual Connecticut Conference of Municipalities Annual Convention at the Mohegan Sun, where I met with various working groups, various workshops related to municipal matters concerning the upcoming legislative sessions. I'll be reporting on these at a later date due to the time constraints and how long this meeting is running. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to use this time to respond to some of the citizens' petitions. I heard a comment on SB Butler. I would like to remind that citizen.
Point of order.
Your question?
Question, I don't clarify. Point of information. I believe we cannot respond, because we do not have that in our rules anymore, to respond to citizens' petitions if they come to the podium.
We can't respond to them directly, that's correct, but during counselor comments, they can speak of what they want to, I would have to say, things that they may like to speak about.
Perfect.
I would walk very carefully due to FOI.
Okay.
Because it's not on the agenda. Madam Mayor?
Yes?
It's because it's not on the agenda.
That's correct.
Okay. I will say this. I'm happy to answer any questions. Please feel free to email my council email at dgajewski@groton-gt.gov. And my last name is spelled G-A-I-E-W-S-K-I. Sometimes I'm not on some constituent emails because it happens with my confusing last name. So I will answer any questions. I'm happy to answer any of those. So I will say that. And then I'll go on to my regular business. I attended my Children's First Groton meeting. this today. Got some great information about stuff that's going on affecting children in our community. Riverfront is collecting for 50 families. They have an independent food pantry there as well, and then they are also doing a holiday wish list through Amazon. And then on Saturday, March 29th, from 10 to noon, Thames River Magnet School will be hosting a resource fair. And then the Senior Center Seasons of Celebration is from 5 to 7 this Saturday. I attended the Chamber Holiday Stroll this evening, and I also attended the Mystic Noank Library Season of Celebration. So that is it for me, and I move forward.
Thank you. Counselor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of things. I attended the TVCCA meeting this evening, and they are continuing their efforts to raise the funds, not only raise the funds, but get assistance from the state in applying for grants to do the building on Central Avenue. They are coming up with some new ideas. There will be some events coming up for the 60th anniversary. We went over policy changes, our legislative priorities for 2025. I will be emailing everyone information about that. Approved grant applications for the Head Start. We went over our strategic plan updates. We had a board survey and had that discussion. Reviewed the organizational chart. Further information, I want to congratulate our HR Director, Ms. Green, on getting her certification as a Connecticut certified municipal official. That was today at CCM training. Fitch Robotics Club will be holding their pancake breakfast on Saturday morning. There are many events happening. I believe United Way is still having their event on Saturday for the toy drive. Councilor Gajewski mentioned the Seasons of Celebrations. There are several events. Town PD is doing a toy drive tomorrow at the Marriott. The City of Groton PD is doing a toy drive, a Stuffer Cruiser on Sunday. I believe we got everyone and received various emails about concerns. I will not be addressing those concerns at this time because if there are issues, please come talk to me directly. There are not too many things I can do because I do like to follow the rules as best as I can. And that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to, discuss a little bit about some of the things that happen on our council in Robert's Rules of Order, as well as FOI. And for people that may not understand some things that happen at our council or on government, there's Freedom of Information Act, which states that you cannot have discussions about things that are not on the agenda. So that limits some of the things that we can discuss. And that is also the reason why even FOI has advised not to have responses to citizens' comments, because you could be talking about a topic that could come up on our council and it could breach issues that you violated the public's trust of not having it on the agenda for people to tune in if they wanted to listen to that topic. So while it might be frustrating at times that we can't just talk about whatever we want to talk about up here, there is a law about that. When it comes to Robert's Rules of Order, it has been my challenge, at least my perceived challenge since I've become the mayor, to try and have the council stick to the rules. And I wouldn't say all counselors, but when people feel like they are, or it's perceived that certain people may be singled out, shall I say, My response would basically be, there are rules, and the rules need to be followed, and they apply to everybody up here. Counselors cannot speak for other counselors. Counselors cannot assume the motives of other counselors, or their thoughts. Speaking when you do not have the floor. These are just violations of simple decorum. And when these continue to happen repeatedly, I feel like it is a waste of time, as well as it interferes with the business of our town and the council doing the work of the town. I know these rules are not always easy for regular citizens to understand, but once you've been in the committee and you were working up here, it's just part of what we have to do. And so for our community, I just would like to say that I hope that we can just go forward and follow the rules, and your voices will be heard, and your voices are heard with your time limits. Thank you. Up next is the clerk of the council.
Just an update on, excuse me, the election with regard to absentee ballots. We issued 1,575 absentee ballots, and 1,486 ballots were returned.
Okay. Is that all you have?
That's all I got.
Okay. Now we're on to the clerk of the representative town meeting.
The next meeting of the RTM is Wednesday, December 11th at 7 p.m. at Drive 55. We do have some vacancies. We have one vacancy in District 3. It's a Republican vacancy. And in District 4, we have one Democratic vacancy and one vacancy for either party.
Thank you. Thanks. That's it. Thank you. Town Manager Burt.
Good evening. I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving.
Yes, thank you.
Not a lot to report. SEAT is continuing to look at establishing permanent bus stops. As you know, they currently have more of a flag down system. I'm going to be attending a meeting at the Norwich Transportation Center for SEAT in a couple of weeks. They're hoping to get that finalized soon. Gathering information, you may be aware of the new requirement for municipalities to submit $10 per firefighter that fall under certain criteria. That's for the firefighters' cancer relief account, and that includes all fire departments in town, including the city. So we're gathering all that info. I'm not anticipating it's going to be a lot of money. You have to meet several things, and I don't think it'll be much over 2,000 likely. But trying to get that wrapped up. It's due to the state on the 15th. Human Services, as I mentioned before, the director's retiring. I believe it's January 4th. I'm hoping to have the position posted end of this week, hopefully. And Nautilus Dock over at the Subforce Museum, that's going well. The construction's closing in on being done, with the last major thing will be electrical. The electrician's not available for another week or two. So fingers crossed, should be done by the end of the month, wrapped up. Been a long project. We received bids for library roof, and all 8 bids, and all came under budget. So it's not often we get that good of bids on things, so that was great. And just to mention, I mentioned before that the line work on the side of the road on Flanders Road had been messed up prior. It has been removed and repainted, so and checked out, it is correct now. So that is all I have.
Thank you. Personnel and appointments, Councilor Jones.
We will be talking about that in new business.
Point of information.
Your question?
I'd like, my question is, why are we not speaking about that now? And my
If you have a question, you can ask the chair now if you would like.
I think we should have the full report here. My question is too, because we asked this last time and we got there, we were told we couldn't ask questions about it. And it should have been done here.
If you would like to ask him a question.
So I would like a report from the chair, since there is personal appointments on our agenda tonight. So I'd like a report from the last meeting.
The report is basically on page 27.
So can you, to the public, like you should report to the public of what happened at the meeting?
various members came forward for reappointments, and we voted on them. That's me. That's what we did.
What notes are you referring to?
Page 27, right here.
There's no notes here. That's what I'm confused about.
What is your direct question?
Where is the minute, like notes from the meeting?
Those are in their meeting. They have minutes at their own meeting.
Right, shouldn't those be submitted as?
No,
a
they never
report?
have been.
Well, usually chairs will speak about their meeting and their report under their chair report.
I just did. Various people came forward for reappointments.
Can you name those people who came
We will
forward?
do that at the appropriate time in new business.
I'm asking now. I was told I could ask
Do you have a
here.
direct question? Because this is going back and forth, and you need to have a direct
Well, if you watch
question.
the video, there were multiple names that were put forward, so not everyone that's on here is captured, is that correct?
We're supposed to just report what the actions of the meeting were.
Well, there was a letter, I mean, I think you should report on that. There was a letter that was sent out, right? That
Are we going, you know what, if you're going to take your
not
time,
part
we
of
will give her, Counselor Bordelon, 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, I'd like to take my time,
And-
because, so under this section, there was a letter sent out to,
A point of order.
You are allowed to ask the chair questions about their meetings. And she is, there is back and forth right now. I'm giving her her time to speak. Go right ahead.
okay, thank you. So I think that, normally what I've seen in the past, there's always been a report verbally. So chairs will say, these people were in attendance, we had some people on Zoom, that's good reporting. They also will talk about who was up for reappointments, who they moved forward, who didn't make it. I mean, we just disclosed that Mr. Pritchard received a letter, but if you look at this, page 27, his name is nowhere mentioned at all. So that's my question, it's like, unless you watch the meeting, this is not a fair, accurate report of what happened. And so, we're looking towards you as the chair to report what happened in a fair, equitable way. So, and with that, that short letter that some people have named to be kind of short and for the amount of time that this gentleman has served, tonight we have the opportunity for, recognitions, awards, and ceremonies, and yet we sent him a letter, but not one person from that committee or anybody put anything forward to have this gentleman recognized under awards. So I'll be sending that as a referral, because tonight that could have been on here. If we took the time to send him a letter telling him he wasn't going to be reappointed, we should be also thanking him for his service that he served for almost 22 years or more. Also, I found it a little bit arbitrary, the way it went down, and the fact that Mr. Pritchard was not even properly asked, in my opinion, in a way, or it wasn't handled in a way that was fair or equitable from my eyes. There was no discussion, and so that's my question. Why was there no discussion?
You can continue your time. We're not going to have a back and forth at this moment. You can finish your turn.
Oh, we can't ask normal questions in between like we normally do.
It's through the chair, and you can use your time.
Okay, that's a change. So those are my questions. Is that the whole with Counselor Rusk, Jones, and Gajewski, no second was made. It was just kind of like a blanket push, like, I don't know. I mean, I think the gentleman deserves more respect and time and generosity and respect, in my opinion. And, we talk about respect all the time and how things are done, and I just feel like this was not fair or just, in my opinion. And yet, he sent a letter, and that he's not even recognized tonight for his service. So I guess my other question is, since there was no second or anything, where does this actually stand as we speak today? I'll take my second turn after.
Well, I will respond to the, you want to know why it wasn't listed on here?
How come the chair can't speak?
Because you asked a question about this agenda, and I'm going to answer that.
Sure.
Councilor Bordelon, just for decorum, could you just stop with the flippancy? You're just very flippant tonight, and would you just please stop? I'm answering your question. And the reason that it is not on this agenda tonight is because, like our cow meetings, if it doesn't pass in cow, it does not come to the town council. You do not see it on this agenda if it does not pass in the committee. So that's the part I wanted to answer for you. It was asked, Mr. Counselor Jones, you can't speak for your whole committee, but the question is, why was there no discussion?
There was no discussion because we didn't get a second, and discussions happened after a second.
Thank you.
So it died for lack of a second.
Thank you.
Yes, you do.
Counselor Parker,
Point of information.
your question.
My question is, in regards to submitting for when people volunteer, I thought that came through you to Mr. Burt.
Yes.
Mr. Burt, in the past, didn't the volunteers, when they're leaving or part of it, the ABCs, get something from the town clerk's office, not directly from the town councilors? I believe we've done it in the
For
past.
an official notice, right.
No,
So-
for celebration of their years and achievements. I believe I got one for being on the RTM after I left.
Usually someone introduces it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it
It's
has.
not an automatic or
Okay.
anything.
But that comes from, I'm sorry, that does come from the town clerk's office.
Yes, it does come from the town clerk's office.
Councilman McBride.
Thank you. I just have a procedural question. I'm not sure how to handle this. I intend to make a motion to either refer this back to committee for discussion of Jeffrey Pritchard for Planning and Zoning Commission Chair, or to make a motion tonight for this body to move him forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission Chair. My question is, do I do that now, or am I doing this later when the subject comes up, the various appointments, reappointments?
Well, the discussion happens under the various appointment, reappointments topic when it's on our agenda. There's nothing to send back because it's not here.
So any proposed motion, I'd wait until that time not to discuss it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon.
So, yep, I will then make sure that I put a referral through the clerk, if you could note that I'm requesting some type of recognition. So if the clerk's office sent out a letter to let him know he has been reappointed, I think we need to recognize his service. Again, I'm just concerned that the message that this sends for certain folks as it pertains, we can't even fill all of our ABCs. And I feel like now we're, not reappointing folks. I'm at a loss of words, really, honestly. As it was stated, there's been so many things, and I think that, I just want to thank you, Mr. Pritchard, for doing that electric car initiative and setting the footprint for our state. That's huge. And all the other things. No matter what side you're on any of it.
I'm just letting you know.
Non-political,
I know, but we're on personnel and appointments, Chair Jones, and he has, do you have any kind of comments towards Chair Jones regarding what happened in the meeting?
So what's the reasons that nobody wanted to move him forward through the mayor? Because I think he deserves an explanation, right? Served 22 years, no explanation.
Do you have any more questions?
That's just that. And do we have a plan? I guess because looking at it, I'm not saying other people aren't qualified, but this gentleman served as a 30-year engineer and he's pretty qualified, and it's going to be hard to replace him. Some of the folks that you were interviewing didn't even know much about planning and zoning initially. They're going to say they'd be looking into learning it. So as alternates. So I'm just concerned that we're going to be out of whack a bit. This is a pretty important place to have somebody with the caliber of experience, no matter what side you're on. So those are my questions. There's a concern for the welfare and well-being of our town on the planning and zoning side, considering now that we merged everything to be just planning and zoning as one, as a way of streamlining everything. So that is my question, is what is the reason? Usually there's some type of reason. I mean, I think we've heard from a lot of people here. I don't think even Mr. Pritchard knows why. And that's concerning. It's definitely doesn't make people want to sign up to volunteer. So I guess, everyone deserves a reason or an explanation. If you have a reason not to move someone forward, then you should disclose and say why. They deserve that for the time that they've served. They've been here way longer than most of us have been involved. And they deserve the respect. So those are my questions.
Any more?
No,
That's it? You're all set? You asked what the plan was. I don't think there is a plan. I think people apply, it'll go to personnel and appointments, and it'll come through them to the council. Reasons, and you want to know reasons, this is not a regulatory body. This body does not have to actually specifically by law state their reasons, and councilors are not obligated to state the reasons why they vote or do not vote the way they vote. It is up to these councilors if they choose to discuss it themselves. Okay, we're done with the personal and appointments conversation. Next up are rules. Chair Parker.
No meeting, no report.
Up next is public safety. Chair Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we discussed at the last meeting, our meeting had to be canceled and will be hopefully reappointed or rescheduled for January.
I don't see on here is the mayor. Oh, you know what? It is on there. I skipped over the mayor. So for the mayor's report this evening, prior to coming to the town council meeting, at 5 o'clock, there was a committee of chairpersons special meeting, and this happens, I guess, very infrequently, but they have this meeting to try and do updates. And items on the agenda were the Groton 2035 discussion, Climate Ready Groton and Action and Adaptation Plan, and then some commission updates, just letting chairs know what might be happening in their own committees to share with other committees. While in this meeting, we had, including myself, there were 9 in attendance. Jeff Davis from Horsley Witten was online and gave us an overview of the 2035 discussion, which is a plan for conservation and development. They passed out this packet, and they would like us to possibly have Economic Development Department come to us and to go over some of these questions, to have a discussion here with our council and go over questions like, do we use the plan of conservation and development to guide our decisions or to draft advisory opinions? Which aspects of the plan of conservation and development are useful and why? And what needs to be part of the plan of conservation and development to better help with the decision making? They also want to know what tools or resources do we use now to make decisions and meet the objectives of your commission or board? What are the biggest challenges or barriers in achieving the objectives of your commission or boards? And what can the town do in the next 10 years to help your commission or board make progress toward its objectives? What new tools or resources should the town consider including in the updated plan of conservation and development? It was a good meeting, and basically having a plan of conservation and development is supposed to help set a 20-year vision with goals and how to achieve. They want to change maybe some of the ways and how they can enhance the one that we currently have to meet the needs of our community and to give us more clear directives from what I understand. So they would like us to share the answers to these questions with them, and so potentially in the future we can have them come to us and have this discussion. So that's all I have to share. All right, moving on.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to ask for a caucus.
Sure. Are we going to vote to go into caucus? Do we- I don't know. We don't usually typically do that. Let me just very quickly,
Recess.
do we just recess to go into caucus? Let me just check real quick to see if it's in the little cheat sheet here. All right, I guess it's not there, so we'll take a recess and we're going to go into a caucus. And we will be back after the caucus is complete, I guess.
2/3 vote. That's what I said.
Okay, we're back from a break, and it is 9:12. We are on to our first item of new business, 2024-8881, various appointments, reappointments for November. That's on page 27 of our packet. Counselor Jones, would you like to take that one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 2024-888, various appointments, reappointments, November. Resolution making the following appointments, reappointments to authorized agency, authorities, boards, commissions, and committees, ABCs. Resolved that the town council appoint the following individuals to the authorized ABCs as noted. Appointment alternate, Clint Kennedy, Planning and Zoning Commission. Reappointment, John Parfit, Board of Assessment Appeals. Reappointment, James Mitchell, Board of Assessment and Appeals. Reappointment, John Picenza, Board of Assessment and Appeals. Reappointment, Catherine Brightly, Library Board. Reappointment, Jenna Lowenstein, Library Board. So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Parker.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules.
I'll second for discussion.
No, it's not debatable.
I'll second.
Just to point out, the rule has to be mentioned in the motion of exactly what's being suspended.
What's being suspended?
I'd like to suspend the rules to consider Mr. Pritchard for his term to be considered for reappointment of his full position.
Second.
Because he was a full member, not an alternate.
We have a motion by Borderline, seconded by McBride. All right, so motion to suspend the rules. Postpone, suspend rules temporarily.
It's 2/3, Mayor.
We need a second. It is not debatable, cannot be amended, and we need 2/3 of a vote, and it cannot be reconsidered.
Is it discussed or?
Nope. So we are voting right now to suspend the rules.
What information?
Your question?
You said it could not be revisited? For how long would that be?
What it's saying is to suspend the rules, it cannot be reconsidered,
Reconsidered? For how long?
like at this meeting.
Oh,
Like I
okay.
can't bring it up again, like to say, I'd like to make a reconsideration, which is
Okay.
another vote.
All right, thank you.
Sure. All right, so motion to suspend the rules. It needs 2/3 to vote.
Madam Mayor, roll call, please.
Roll call. Hold on. Let's do it in alphabetical order. Counselor Bordelon.
Yes, I'm in support of suspending the rules.
Counselor Gajewski.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
No.
Counselor McBride.
Yes.
Counselor Merritt.
No.
Counselor Parker.
No.
Counselor Pacino.
No.
Counselor Rusk.
Yes.
Franco is a no. That did not achieve the 2/3 goal, so it cannot, rules cannot be suspended. We have the motion on the floor as is. Do you have any comments? Counselor Bordelon.
I don't know, I just have concerns across the board about how the process for everyone is being appointed, I guess. It's, if, in fact, before, when putting all this list together to come forward to us, we did it by an consent calendar before, if we have to suspend the rules to make any corrections.
Councilor Bordelon, the topic on the floor are the named people on this
That's what I'm
list
speaking
for reappointment. And you're basically going into a debate about your reasons to suspend the rules,
I'm
which
talking
was
about how these
denied.
people got here, the process, how they got here. Is that germane?
I'm asking you to please stay on topic.
So the topic of how they got here is not topic? I just want to be clear.
The motion on the floor are the
Those are the ones I'm speaking
6
about.
people who are up for reappointment.
Those are the ones I'm speaking
Those are the individuals.
That's what I'm
If you have comments to make on them, please do so.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the process and how they got here as a whole and how we're doing it. It just, it's not making any sense to me as a counselor, because personnel appointments, which is only a small representation of the council, moves the name forward and we have a chance to vote on these but not on others if the decision's made by only 3 of us. And then there's no way to get it forward. That's not democracy to me, and I'm not really being a part of the process. So the 6 people that are on this list are here because 3 people, and now we get a chance to vote on them, but everyone else we don't. I'm going to be abstaining tonight because I feel like the process is completely flawed. I'm very concerned about the whole process. It's changed, in my opinion, dramatically, and we should seek as a council for a way forward to rectify this immediately, because councilors should all have a chance. And they shouldn't have to suspend the rules to put people forward. They should be part of the whole process. My understanding is the committee who talked about these 6 folks, they're just a small representation. They don't represent the whole council. So but instead, once it comes here, it's a representation, the way it presents here on paper, that the decision has been made. That doesn't seem right to me, so. And as a person who's not on any standing committees, I have a concern because I can't speak
It
up.
has nothing to do with the
It does.
topic on the floor. It doesn't.
It does.
Does
About how-
not.
It's the process.
I'm not on the committee either.
I know, but you're on 8.
You are
You're on
out
this
of
other side.
line. You are out of order. I have repeatedly asked you to stay on topic.
Okay. I have nothing else to say. I just think there's
Thank
a big
you.
problem here. We should be
Anybody else
concerned.
have? Councilor McBride.
Thank you. I'm somewhat confused about this process tonight, but we've talked about it numerous times. So I'm not in favor of this motion moving forward because I'm not in agreement with how everything progressed. Because what I think should happen, and I don't even know if this is procedurally allowed, I think this should go back to committee for further review, because in this list, we have a Planning and Zoning Commission member being put forward.
Councilor
Yet we-
McBride,
Yes.
sending it back to committee it's basically, you're asking like to suspend the rules was already made and to send it back to committee. Are you making a motion to send it back to committee right now?
I will make a motion to send it back to committee.
Second.
And the reasoning for my motion to send it back to committee, because I think this committee, although they did a thorough job in numerous areas, I don't believe they thoroughly reviewed the Planning and Zoning Commission aspect of it. While they put forth an alternate, there wasn't, in my opinion, review and discussion throughout everything in their package. So I think this should be further reviewed, maybe some more discussion, maybe some more interviews, and then have it come back to this committee where we could have more information on moving these individuals forward. Thank you.
I'm not hearing it. So it was, I'm sorry,
second
second
it.
it back to committee was made by McBride, seconded by Bordelon.
Madam Mayor, roll call, please.
Oh, Mayor.
Okay. Councilor Rusk?
I would just like to talk on that for just a quick second. There was a motion made, there was no second. And at,
You don't need a second in a subcommittee.
Point of order.
You need to vote.
Can we please keep it quiet in the galley, please? Can you please keep it quiet in the galley, please?
This is illegal.
We're going to
You
take a
have to
recess
vote.
now. It is 9:22. We're taking another recess.
You want, did John do something?
It is 9:33, and we're calling the council back to session. And we are on various appointments and reappointments. There is a motion on the floor to send this topic back to committee. And do you have anything else you would like to state?
No, thanks.
I actually had the floor, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you did. Councilor
Okay,
Rusk.
thank you. As I was saying, the motion was made, there was no second. Therefore, like we do here, there was no ability to discuss. Therefore, it did not move forward. I just want to put it out there that there's been a lot of discussion about what can and can't be done. If it gets sent back to committee, we could rediscuss it, or we could relook at it, but it may happen the same way. I'm just saying that what has been depicted about the committee is not correct. So,
Thank you.
that's all I want to say.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the work that's done by that committee as well. I would like to also state that the motion to suspend the rules to vote to reconsider Mr. Pritchard for reappointment failed at the town council, which leads me to think that the consideration of Mr. Pritchard's application to suspend the rules to discuss it had failed. To send it back to committee, what you're doing is sending back these 6 items, 6 people back to committee. It does not make them take up the topic of Mr. Pritchard at the committee. You're just sending these 6 people back to committee to be rediscussed. And that is, I don't understand what the purpose of that would be. As it is right now, Mr. Pritchard, while he did not receive a second during that committee, I'm just going to explain to people that may not understand, he will continue to serve. Even though his time would be up December 31st, unless he is replaced, he continues to serve on that committee until he is replaced. That is how the rules work. That is how the rules work. And I am going to, please, I would just like to say that this is our second disturbance from people in the audience. And if we have another people speaking out from the audience, I will recess and we will ask that potentially that we clear the audience, because we have to get the town business done. There's been numerous breaks tonight due to interruption of us doing our business. So, there is, again, we are going for, if there is one more outburst from the audience, I will recess and I will ask that the audience is cleared. So that there's,
Rise to a question of privilege,
your question of privilege.
a complaint about the noise from the audience.
I agree, it continues. I think we need to take, again, it's 9:37, and we need to take another recess. And if this continues, I don't know what else to do but to clear the audience so we can get our business done at our council meetings tonight. It is 9:44. We've had 2 recesses in a row because of audience disturbances. Mr. Burr, we have taken 2 recesses in a row. If we have another outbreak from people in the audience, I'm going to take another recess, and we're going to have to clear the room if you can set that up. We are still on our first item of business. At 9:45, we're back. So there is a motion on the floor to send this item back to committee. I'm not, like, as I said before, I'm not exactly sure why. There are 6 people on it. Those 6 people would go back to committee. And it does not change that they do or do not have to bring up anybody else at that meeting. We'll do a roll call vote. Counselor Gajewski.
Thank you. I do just want to restate what the mayor said about it being in the charter that when a term expires, they continue to serve until a replacement has been made. And I also want to state for the council as a whole that there are still technically pending applications before the Personnel and Appointments Committee that have not been acted on. I don't know if they will be acted on, but they are still pending. And I want to make that clear, that they're still pending, that nobody has been turned away, it is just still pending, no action was taken. So I just want to state that for the record, that there's been a lot of comments about people being fired. Nobody's been fired. It is still pending before the Personnel and Appointments Committee. A certain individual could come forward at a later date, but the Personnel and Appointments Committee has not acted on that individual. And since there was no second, actually, I'm out of order. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. All right, we're going to do roll call. Counselor Bordelon.
Again, for me, I'm just kind of left, like, I don't know, for me, it's the process of how everybody got to where they're here. I know it was stated that they weren't fired, but they were giving a note that they're not being reappointed. So, you know, I think sending this back and having it all looked at, everyone from that meeting re-looked at, is a fair thing. Like, and where it's being discussed, why the person's not being reconsidered, that should be public. Not behind closed doors, it should be brought forward. And I think that he deserves that. And I think reconsidering this and sending this whole thing back, I think, I just a lot of concerns. And it's not a disrespect to the committee. I mean, granted, I'm on no committee, so I'm thankful for the work they all do, and some have double duty, while others have none. But yet, the 3 counselors are supposed to be representing the whole body and bringing forth, and it's tough because I'm concerned that we have to make an amendment, suspend the rules in order to discuss someone that wasn't considered. So 3 people have the power to represent the whole council, to not have a discussion pushed forward so that we have a chance to say, hey, why didn't you put this person forward? This is our reason. There's 9 of us, not 3. I will be sending that as a rule change to Councilor Parker, the chair of the Rule Committee, through the mayor. That will come out in the next couple days. I will just send a request to review that area. I just think we need to kind of look at this in a more organic fashion. I'm just baffled, that's all. I just think that is in a day and age where we have trouble getting people on ABCs, we should be honored that people want to do free work and actually want to show up and do that. And when they put their application forward, if there's really nobody else set to take it, what's the reason not to reappoint? That's the question at hand. Anyway, I'm done with it. I think the people who made their decisions, and there's nothing I can do with it, but it definitely leaves an empty hole of concern about our process, in my opinion, not being correct. 3 people should not be able to make the decision for the whole council. Thank you.
Point of information.
Your question?
There's been a lot of discussion about other people that are not listed in these 6. I would just like clarification that we are only discussing returning these 6 people to the committee.
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Then I would like to ask that discussion stays only to these 6 people, please.
Thank you. So, Counselor Gajewski?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to state that what I said previously is what I said in caucus for the public at home in honor of transparency.
All right, I'm not seeing any more hands. So what we're going to vote on right now is to send back these 6 people back to Personnel and Appointments Committee. And as I've restated, I don't really see a purpose for that. It makes no sense to me, because that doesn't, it doesn't mean that anybody else will be taken up other than these 6 people. We'll take a roll call. Counselor Bordelon?
Yes.
Counselor Gajewski?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
No.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Merritt?
No.
Counselor Parker?
No.
Counselor Pacino?
No.
Counselor Rusk?
No.
I am also a no. That fails. Three to 6 to 0. We are now back to the main motion on the floor, which is the resolution to pass these 6 people for appointments and reappointments.
I move the question.
We have to vote on moving the question.
I will, I need a second.
Second. Pacino.
Just a moment. I don't see move the question in here.
It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th one down.
In debate and amendments. All right, move the question. It's not debatable. It cannot be amended, and you need 2/3 vote. And it cannot be reconsidered. Or it can be reconsidered, yes. All right, so call the vote. I'm just going to do a roll call as well.
Just a point of clarification, I didn't get what Counselor Rusk, are you pulling one out, or?
I'm sorry, repeat your question?
Maybe I misunderstood, we're still voting for all 6, correct? Okay, I didn't know if there was a different motion.
Yeah, but it's call the question, so there's more debate. It would end debate. Call the question. Counselor Bordelon?
No.
Counselor Gajewski?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Abstain.
Counselor Merritt?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Pacino?
Yes.
Counselor Rusk?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Passes 7 to 1 to 1. We have the main motion on the floor. We are going to be voting on the 6 members that are listed for appointment and reappointments for 2024-888-1. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
I'll abstain.
McBride abstains.
That passes 7 to 0 to 2. Up next is 2024-905-1, Groton Housing Authority Appointment Term Correction. This is in our packet on page 28. I'm going to go back towards the beginning. Counselor Parker, would you like to take that since you weren't here to begin?
Make a motion, I'll read the resolution. For 2024-905, resolution to correct the correct term end date for the Groton Housing Authority. Whereas the Groton Housing Authority, when established, had 5 members with appointment terms of 5 years staggered, And whereas upon research, it was determined that the term end dates were no longer staggered, and 2 of the appointment term end dates were assigned incorrectly. And whereas the chair of the Groton Housing Authority has requested that these terms be corrected to reinstate the staggered appointment terms. And whereas the Town Council Personal Appointments Committee recommended this for resolution at their meeting on November 19, 2024, now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council hereby approves of an appointment term end date correction for Nancy Codian, thank you, to 7/31/2028, and Denise Tavares, I hope I pronounced that correctly, to 7/31/2027. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Rust. Not seeing Counselor Bordelon.
So how did these get out of alignment?
Does the clerk's office have any answers to the alignment of the appointment dates for those members?
I think that when the clerk was trying to do the new reappointments.
Microphone?
Sorry. She went back and realized that it wasn't staggered. And then the housing authority gentleman, I don't remember his name, but he also agreed it wasn't staggered. She was able to go back through the old town registers and see somewhere.
You need to, you're on mute.
It's in the back.
She was able to go back through the past town registers and see somewhere in 2018, somehow, the dates changed. I'm not exactly sure when, but she was able to notice it. She checked it out with the Housing Authority. They agreed it needed to be staggered. So somewhere in 2018, it got messed up, and I'm not exactly sure how.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon, do you have anything else? All right, not seeing any other hands. We'll take a vote on the Groton Housing Authority appointment term correction. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 9-0. Up next, 2024-1005-1, ARPA Livable Community Grant. Counselor McBride, would you like to take that one?
Sure. 2024-1005 ARPA Livable.
Point of information?
Your question.
It's, isn't it AARP?
What did I say?
ARPA.
AARP, you are correct. I did say ARPA. Now that you're correcting me. Thank you. I apologize. Counselor McBride, would you like to continue?
Sure. 2024-1005 AARP Livable Community Grant. Resolution approving the American Association of Retired Persons, AARP, Livable Communities Grant. Whereas the Parks and Recreation Department applied for the AARP Livable Communities Grant in the amount of $4,000, and whereas the grant will be utilized for the installation of a sail to create a shaded outdoor area at Thrive 55, and whereas this concept came from the feedback provided by patrons that there was a need for shade while using the outside benches, now therefore be it resolved that the town manager, John Burt, on behalf of the town of Groton, may execute any and all documents necessary to satisfy the grant through AARP and accept the AARP Livable Communities Grant in the amount of $4,000.
Second.
Moved by McBride, seconded by Jones. All right, not seeing any other hands. We're going to take a vote on the AARP Livable Community Grant. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 9-0. Up next is 2024-1021-1 Seasonal Part-Time and Non-Union Minimum and Maximum Range Salary Plan. Counselor Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 2024-1021, Seasonal Part-Time and Non-Union Minimum and Maximum Salary Range Plan. Resolution approving the updated July 1, 2025 part-time seasonal pay plan and the updated July 1, 2025 non-union minimum and maximum salary range plan. Whereas the Connecticut minimum wage is now guided by an economic indicator and is announced in the fall of each calendar year. And whereas the Connecticut minimum wage will increase to $16.35 per hour on January 1, 2025, and whereas the current seasonal and part-time pay plan will expire on June 30th, 2024, and whereas the current non-union salary range plan was approved on February 2024 and was not updated for the July 1, 2025 budget year, and whereas the suggested best practice is to update the non-union salary range plan annually, and whereas the suggested updated non-union salary range plan minimum and maximum wage ranges will be increased by 3% to remain competitive with comparable towns. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council hereby approves adopting and implementing both the updated part-time seasonal pay plan effective July 1, 2025, and the updated non-union minimum and maximum salary range plans effective July 1, 2025 as presented. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Russ, seconded by Jones. All right, seeing no hands, we'll take a vote on the seasonal part-time and non-union minimum and maximum salary range plan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Recluse.
Excuse me?
Recluse.
You're going to recuse yourself?
Yep.
All right, Counselor Merritt recused. That passes 8-0. It's 10 o'clock, and we have to take a vote to continue. All those in favor of continuing, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions. So we will continue. The ayes have it. All right, up next is 2024-1020-1, Community-Oriented Policing Cops Safer Outcome Grant. Counselor Pacino, would you like to take that one?
Sure.
It's on page 31.
Yep. Item 2024-1020, Community-Oriented Policing Cops Safer Outcomes Grant. Just a resolution?
All you have to do is the last resolve, yeah?
Oh, I like that better. Resolve that the town manager, John Burt, may execute any and all paperwork necessary to satisfy and to accept the grant in the amount of $193,270 from the U.S. Department of Justice COPS Safer Outcomes Grant, and to refer the matter to the RTM per Rule 6.5.3.
Second.
Moved by Pacino, seconded by Ross.
So moved.
Counselor Bordelon.
For me, it's no brainer. I mean, grants are great, and congratulations on getting the grant. A lot of this is online. You can see like what other places have used the money for, so it's a great opportunity, and happy we have it.
Seeing no other hands, we'll take a vote on Community-Oriented Policing Cops Safer Outcomes Grant. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 9-0. Up next is legislative priorities discussion continued.
Point of information, what about ABC's training?
I had that last on my agenda.
For some reason, the front page, I see the two are swapped. It's supposed to be the ABC next, since the last one's just the CEO. Just
Alrighty
going
then.
further in discussion.
Excuse me. We will take on town ABC training requirements, and that is on page 33. Counselor Merritt, would you like to take that one?
Item 2024987. At the November 26th regular committee of the whole meeting.
Oh, you don't have to read that. That's the background. You can just read the result, like the,
Go to the last resolve.
you can go to the last, well, I don't know, there's
Okay, further resolve.
four of them.
failure-
Does he have to read all of them, or just the last?
Yes, all the results should be.
All the resolved.
Okay. Whereas it is in the best interest of the town of Groton to ensure each of its agencies, authorities, boards, commissions, committees, and councils, ABCs, operate in an efficient manner, and whereas the council wishes to provide adequate training to ABC members to enable them to operate in an efficient and lawful manner, now therefore be it resolved that the town council will henceforth require all current and newly appointed members of the town's agencies, authorities, boards, commissions, committees, and councils, ABCs, to receive training in Robert's Rules of Order and the Connecticut Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, and to be it further resolved that the town council authorizes the town manager in consultation with the town clerk to establish the training program, and be it further resolved, the chairs of the town ABCs will be required to follow Robert's Rules of Order when conducting meetings, and be it further resolved, failure of ABC members to follow Robert's Rules of Orders or the Freedom of Information Act may be considered grounds for removal from the ABC per Charter, Section 8.1.5.
Second.
Moved by Merritt, seconded by Parker. Counselor Bordelon.
I think it's kind of redundant, the last resolve, if it's already in the charter, now we're adding it into a new rule, but that's just me. I think this is a little bit, I don't know, it just seems like out of left field in my opinion. It was stated at the meeting that, if people aren't doing their notes properly, we oversee the committees. I don't know, I just didn't like the feeling behind it personally, so just have some concerns about how it's being rolled out. That's it.
All right, seeing no more hands, we're going to vote on the town ABC training requirements. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? That passes 8 to 1 to 0. Up next is 2024-984-1, legislative priorities discussion continued. So this is on page 35 and 36 of our agenda packet. All right, so we're going to take them one at a time. We're going to have basically the legislative priorities where it's on the second page, and then the first page is basically like items we're asking for them to help us with financial aspects. Mr. Burt, there have been some updates.
Yes.
Would you like to inform the council?
Sure. If you recall, the council went through a process at the COW meeting, whereas I believe it took 5 votes to officially make the list. However, I carried that down a little bit here. Only 2 items had made the 5 or passed. There were 7 votes for the Mystic No Ink reconstruction, 5 for the Charles Barnum HVAC. I had a discussion after this meeting with Sam Kilpatrick, the facilities manager for the Board of Ed. He said that he doesn't believe those numbers for Charles Barnum and Fitch are good at this point. They need to have another engineer look at it. I think they're out of date. He said that he has brand new numbers for Northeast Academy and Catherine Kolnaski. So those numbers are in your packet at the bottom of page 34. The Northeast Academy is $3,963,000. And Catherine Kolnaski, and these are for the air handling systems, $4,191,000 for Catherine Kolnaski. So I would recommend not including Charles Barnum at this point.
And he recommended not moving forward with Fitch and Charles Barnum, is that correct?
Correct. Fitch had not made the 5 votes, but it's next
Right.
off the list.
So we will, on my list, I'm going to at least scratch them off.
Point of information?
Your question?
So I'm just trying, can you say what we're scratching off again?
Well, I'm scratching off Charles Barnum and Fitch High School HVACs because Mr. Kilpatrick, and when this email was sent out to the council, and Mr. Kilpatrick had advised that these were they were not prepared to move forward at this time. They need to go back to, I guess, engineering to reassess and come up with better numbers because he doesn't believe these are accurate. And as you can see from Northeast Academy in Catherine Kolonowski, the number was combined at 2.2 million, and it has now grown combined to 8 million. So,
I forget if I sent this to the council. Sam Patrick did send me the actual sheets on those costs for those two. If I didn't, let me know and I can send that out.
thank you. So you have also talked to the legislators. Were they asking us to narrow down our list to what?
Well, I had sent this information to the three legislators. I'd only heard back from Senator Summers. She had asked, moving on to the next part?
No, this
Or
part.
First part? Okay. Most of her comments were more on the next part. Let me see if I find my email from her. 1 sec here. Let's see, sticking to the top voted things, or she didn't go too much. She mostly mentioned the legislative priorities. She didn't have a lot to say about the bond commission ones.
But the Groton Long Point Bridge over Amtrak,
Yeah, she mentioned there's two ways of putting projects in. You can do the bond commission request. That would be flagged immediately to DOT, and that certainly could hold up their determination of whether to waive costs. There's a secondary way you can put it through caucus request, which gets discussed later, I guess, in the process. It's less likely to get flagged by DOT, but could be. Personally, I would rather give it another cycle.
me too. So are they asking for 1, 2, 3,
There was
5?
there was no indication of that.
Point of
And
information.
again, I only heard back from the senator.
Thank you. Your question?
So it would seem to me, I mean, since I reached out, I took Baumgartner, State Rep Baumgartner, and, you know, anyway, I was saying, oh, we all had to condense into this, you know, yeah, okay, how many we got? You know, that's not really direction that he seemed aware of anyway when I spoke to him. But my question, if we have new numbers and Fitch is coming off, we should re-vote these other ones in my opinion. So the Catherine Kolonowski and Northeast Academy should still be on here. If we're taking Fitch out, you know what I mean, we should see how the council feels about the new numbers and look at this if Charles Barnum has to be pulled, did Charles Barnum also have to be pulled off too, because they're not ready for that one?
Correct.
Right, so to me, this is not a fair chart to really even talk about yet. I think if we're pulling those off, then we need to plug those numbers in, and we need to, all but the top one, really kind of re-vet those accordingly if we're using this kind of, we must all be in line kind of theory of everyone has to have the most votes in order to move it forward as a priority. So I just don't feel like this is a fair representation. I think it needs to be restructured. So as it stands now, it's not properly vetted under what was said of how we were going to do it. So that would be my recommendation, is that if we're going to take this out, we take out Charles Barnum, we take out Fitch, the combination of those two costs under the new cost here with the Catherine Kolonowski and the Northeast Academy numbers are almost kind of close compared to those two. I mean, does this council want to then move that one up to priority number, you know, up there to replace the Charles Barnum and the Fitch, since those came in second and third? I don't know, we haven't asked. So I guess that's my question, is the process on this. I think it needs to be kind of re-looked at, re-vetted, personally. I would think that's what we want to do. Because these numbers then don't mean anything anymore. Take this grid and throw it out, basically, now we're for one. So, that's my thought. So I would make a motion then that we reconsider these if that's the process this council wants to use and to send it forward, or that's the only way to send our priorities forward. If that's the model we're using, then let's vet them accordingly. And take out Fitch, take out Charles Barnum, add in the new numbers, and let's see where it lays. Because to me, the numbers for Fitch and Charles Barton are almost equivalent to the Northeast Academy, Captain Kolnowski numbers. It'd be just kind of a move, really. If HVAC was a priority, then let's throw that one up there, then I don't know. I don't know if the council feels that way. You haven't asked. That's my thought. That's it.
Councilor Merritt?
Yes, I believe that they've already got approval to move forward on the roof on Charles Barnum. Is this mechanical stuff on the roof, or is it off the building? The HVAC.
Yeah, I don't know what all equipment, I don't have the details on that.
Yeah, I can't see holding up on the roof if we're not going to do the air conditioning and vice versa.
The roof is going to move forward, yeah, regardless.
Okay.
This is the priority list that our legislators are coming to us at at a future meeting, and they asked that the council come up with a list that we, as a council, can agree upon and share with them as our priorities, that they might go back to the state and try and get us some funding for it if it's possible. So, I'm sorry, you weren't here at the last meeting, so.
Well, they had $1 million given to them, I think, 3 years ago for that roof,
Point of information.
and they haven't done it yet.
Anybody gonna call it? Can we stick to the
Thank you.
topic on the floor? The roof is not on the agenda.
These are our legislative priorities, and
The roof is not even anywhere on here. It's all HVAC.
It pertains to the construction of the job.
No, I don't see it on here. Okay.
Well, then take it from me if you don't know.
Okay.
point of, Counselor Gieske?
It's fine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do agree with my colleague, Councilor Bordelon, but I would approach it in a different way. The reason I would approach it in a different way is I know that our legislators, the legislative session is starting this January, and the sooner they can get our questions, I think it gets the bond commission some needed more information, and it's not last minute, and it gives them something that they can run with when they go fight for us up in Hartford. So what I would, I'm going to make a motion to as a priority for potential state bond commissioning funding request items to our state legislator, do Main Street no anchor reconstructions, Pequannock Plains Park playground replacement, Northeast Academy and CK air quality can be done over multiple years as our bonding request.
So you don't want to do a vote to see what our priorities are now?
Oh. Okay, I misunderstood. Yeah, well, I'd do that. So never mind, I rescind it doesn't have a second anyway, so I'm going to rescind my motion.
Thank you.
I have information.
Your question?
Am I remembering correctly that at the last meeting, we said we were going to continue this discussion at the next
Yes.
meeting once we got more information?
That's
So we are
correct.
at that point right now that we're going to just continue discussion, correct?
We're continuing discussion.
Okay.
Some items could be crossed off, and we will probably go through again, figure out what our priorities are with what remains, and we will go from there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Parker?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the last meeting, I believe this was only like a consensus vote to see what we would want. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
Because there was no motion put on the floor.
Right, and I don't think it actually takes a motion for us to go towards the legislators, showing them that this is, as a combined council, what our priorities are.
So, so since we cannot do the HVAC systems, and technically the other two items, because they were going to be done over multiple years, but is now over 4 times, almost 4 times the amount, which is a little over, about 8 million. And we're swapping them out. I can see where we can do that, but will it be over multiple years, is my question.
I don't know.
Well, hey, you wouldn't do it over multiple years through the bond commission, probably, unless you really, we'd have to have new numbers on just doing a piece of it, and then it would be a request each time for each piece. So this would be one project.
Okay. Okay, so that was
Each
my
individual one, so 2 projects if you did both. right?
Okay, so that would be my question, instead of saying that it'd be done over multiple years, that we do both of them at the same time. One, to save us money instead of going back and forth with the bonding. And I still like the no reconstruction. I still would like something to be done about the bridge over the Amtrak, if there's a way of doing that. And I'm still sticking with the Pequannock Plains part. Oh, well, I'll add the Pequannock Plains part because that's what the vote, consensus was. So, thank you.
Okay.
Just point of information, or?
Your question?
My question is, should the Northeast Academy and Charles Knesset just be split as 2 line items instead of being grouped together? Just make them 2 projects. So instead of being 8 million, it's the
Right.
3.9, just make them 2 line items.
That's what I was going to do.
Yeah, I would recommend splitting them up.
And then the second question is, you're recommending the Amtrak, the bridge, just, we don't do it in this manner
I would
until we
hold off
figure
for a
out
while.
something better. Okay.
See whether we receive the waiver or not.
So just split these.
All right, so let's try and go through these. We'll just see who has support for what. And then I think we should just see a consensus on how many we should ask for, because I don't think we should ask for too many, and focus on what we think our major priorities would be. So let's, Counselor Rusk?
Point of information, may I ask that we please do that in a reverse order, that we pick the number that we want to do, and that will help us determine how many of these we feel like we should support.
Okay.
Point of information?
Who, Counselor Bordelon?
I mean, I don't think we really know the priorities of the government, and sometimes they don't even know until session starts, like, so I think if we limit ourselves and say, oh, we only want to put 2 forward, like, there's nothing wrong with making the whole list, put them all on there and let them take them, because different things come at different times. So I'll just take my turn. Things come at different times, and is there a problem? Do you want me to wait? Mayor Franco, would you like me to wait?
I didn't say anything.
Okay. It doesn't make sense to limit ourselves. What I'm trying to say, grants and things come at very leading things, and they get cut at different times. So we might, what if we put Main Street and the park and nothing else, and all of a sudden these HVAC priorities come through, like, it's nice to have, we don't want that to get lost either. So there's nothing wrong, there's not a ton of things on this list, really. I mean, it's a small grid. Now that we're cutting out the other 2 and basically replacing with 2 other lines, it's gonna stay, there's not a lot, just set it all forward. I think they should get the whole list. You might say these are more of a priority, but we don't wanna limit ourselves because money and things availability come in at different times. So our top priority may never come to fruition, but our bottom one that never made the highest votes might be like thriving at the moment. So I really think we should send them all forward and let the legislative deal with the ebbs and flows of what's gonna be available. I don't think this is a big list. I mean, if we had 20 things here, I could see chopping it down, but 5 items or 6 items, 1, 2, 3, it'll be 6, I guess, if you cut those out and add those 2, it'd be the same number. Just send them all forward. And that would say, this is the council's 6 big bonding priorities. That's how I see it, because there's not a lot here. If we had like 100 things, I would say, ooh, no, but this is very basic and very achievable for them to kind of see a vision and be able to have that on their desk and know what to fight for. So that's my thought. I don't know, it's up to you guys. If you want to single it out and only make it 2 or 3, that's up to you. But I say send them all But it doesn't preclude a counselor from bringing up that all 5 should go forward when they meet with them. I mean, this is our consensus, but individually, we can speak independently. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. It is true, and counselors can all speak independently, but what our legislators have asked for is a unified vision of our council. There are items on here, I will say that they're not just as simple as saying, hey, could you go get us $2.8 million for Main Street no-ink reconstruction? This is a packet and a presentation that has to be prepared by our town, and they want a lot of information. It's not just like, oh, well, we have some engineering, we'll send the engineering. No, they want data. They want the background of what our community is like, how this is going to help. They want written out explanations of what this is going to do. This is what it looks to us, just like a few things here, will end up being a lot of work to prepare this to hand off to the legislators. Am I correct, Mr. Burt?
Correct.
They want demographics, there's so much that's going to be involved in this. So we need to focus in on what our priorities are, and when when the town creates a presentation for us, they need to focus on what our priorities are, and not things that could create a lot of time and work for our town staff that we may not have support for with a majority. Mr. Burt, do you have something to say?
I just wanted to add on to the Chronic Plains Park. At this point, it's a ballpark number. We have no details at all. We've done no legwork on it. I think that's a year off from asking.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Councilor Rusk?
Quick question. Did the Board of Ed vote yet on what their priorities are?
Not outright. They started discussions. Give me one sec here. They didn't talk about any facilities type of things, is my understanding, or didn't at least get to that point. Chairman Whitloff had mentioned that they didn't talk about HVAC at the meeting or any of those things. It was more legislative type of things.
Thank you.
But they have not come to a consensus yet, or haven't prioritized anything yet.
Your question?
Through the mayor to Mr. Burt, in your experience, are air conditioning units the kind of thing the state would supply?
I don't think I'm the right person to answer that. I certainly don't, there's not much difference between, putting one or two, if we do the top 2 or top 3, I can handle doing that if you want to put both of them in. At least keep it in until next week. Maybe the legislators will say, pick one, you'll have a better chance.
Councilor Gajewski.
There was some discussion amongst my colleagues here on the council that I just wanted to kind of clarify. This is going to the State Bond Commission funding, correct? That's stated in our packet. And then the previous so this is our request to go to the State Bonding Commission. Obviously, I think for myself, I want all these things done, but I understand that this is going to the Bonding Commission, and there are other funds out there other than the Bonding Commission. So I personally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on what I think is most important, what is ready to go, and then other stuff, keep it aware for other potential funds, because it does say potential State Bond Commission funding request items. So that's all I wanted to say on that.
All right, let's see where people stand. Let's just raise our hands, and if we are interested in moving those forward. But first, we'll start with how many items do we want to send to our legislators? 2, 3? Councilor Merritt, are you saying 1, or are you saying?
No, I would say 3.
All right, put up your fingers. What do you think? All right, it looks like 3 has 1. All right, so 3 are going forward. All right, let's start off with Public Works Main Street Noank reconstruction for $2.8 million. If you are interested in that being a legislative priority, raise your hand. That has 9. I'm going to throw it out there, even though it was asked to be removed. Charles Barnum HVAC. That has now received 0. Fitch High School HVAC. That has received 0. Quonic Plains Park Playground. That has 4.
Point of information,
Yes.
is the air quality going to be done in 2 separate ones?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Northeast Academy for $3.9 million in change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Received 6. Then we have the Catherine Kolonowski Air Quality for 4.1 and change. That's received 5. Then we have the Groton Long Point Bridge over Amtrak. That has received 1. So what I see as our priorities would be the first one is Main Street Noank reconstruction with 9 votes. Then we go to Northeast Academy, HVAC, and then we go to Catherine Kolonowski HVAC.
Point
With 5 votes.
information?
5 votes each?
What was that?
Point of information?
Your question?
Isn't it air quality, not HVAC?
Oh, you're right. It's HVAC, it's air quality. You are correct. So I have,
Is that 5 votes each for those 2?
no, Northeast Academy had 6, and Catherine Kolonowski had 5. And then Quonic Plains Park was 4. Groton Long Point Bridge was 1. So, and then Charles Barnum and Fitch were both to 0 now. So we have our top 3 priorities for bonding. Then we go to the second page, and these are legislative priorities determined at our meeting. Mr. Britt, you had a conversation regarding these with Senator Summers, and my question is, I read the email, and it had stated to the effect of, like, she wanted us to come down to a lower amount of them.
That was her opinion, yeah, to focus a little more, and then she gave me some information on a few of these items.
All right, and also my thought is, does she think we're creating these to make, so that she has to write a bill for them?
I don't think so. But I think they want to know, is there something they should be really talking to people about and pushing for generally?
All right. And let me ask you, these are the items that are on this list, were the ones that received over 5 votes, is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
You can also pick out some priority issues, but, you know, some top ones, but keep the list, see what they say. Just another idea.
Okay. All right, so I have the list. Me personally, I think we just submit it the way it is. If they find something on here that they find that they can write a bill for, they can. If they want to support these things, they're just saying that this is what the council as a whole, as a majority, we are in support of some of these items with over 5 people in majority. And when they do come, if anybody would like to bring up their own personal opinions on any of them, they can. Anybody would like to go a different route? Councilor McBride?
Yeah, I agree with your thoughts. I just wanted to make a change. I may have misspoke. The first, second, third, fourth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th bullet up, it says to fully fund the state's pilot program, and I think that may be a highly unlikely scenario, so maybe it should say, review the state's pilot program to increase the reimbursement to local municipalities. And
So
I may
instead
have
of scratch
misspoke.
off fully fund and say increase.
Yeah, just to review the state's pilot program to increase the reimbursement to local municipalities, because the fully fund is never going to happen, so just a point of clarification. But I'm in support of what you're saying, send them all and see what they think.
Okay. Because I'm,
That too.
all right. All right, so.
I
Mr.
just was
Burke?
going to mention Representative Baumgartner just shared that he appreciates this approach.
Thank you. All right, so I think we have it all together. Mr. Burt, you're all set on that one, right?
Yes.
All right, up next is open agenda items. Does anybody have anything that they would like to discuss on
Motion
there?
to adjourn?
Second?
All right, adjournment by Parker. Second by Bordelon. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 9-0 to 0. All right, good night, everybody, and drive safely.